Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I'm newtmechanist, and today we are going to be continuing our playthrough of Blueprints. I had a lot of fun last time. We're going to play it again. We will be weaving Hitman back in there as well, but let's get a second dose of puzzles here first. Hey there, Dorothy. Hoping that I actually fixed some of the VTube Studio issues. We'll see if that is actually the case. Hopefully. Oh, I think it's already failing. Oh well. But yeah, we're gonna start in, well, very soon. Let's check in with the kitties first, though. We have Sky up in the cat tree, and we have Mason and Sherbet on the bed. I will turn one of the lights on in there. It keeps it dim enough that they don't mind, but it also means that it doesn't go night vision mode. I just forgot. Ember is on my shoulder. Molly and Sammy are currently somewhere else. I'm sorry I moved too much, Ember. I'm sorry. Yeah. You can see her waggy little tail there. When she's happy, she lashes her tail a lot. And she trills at you. She's very chatty. Isn't that right? All right. Let's see here. We pause that one. Start that one. Go into this one. There we go. Our exploration kind of cut off a little early last time. So we missed one of the opportunities. I am going to be using the in Steam notepad going forward. Just the screenshots will be too useful. I was resisting. Let me make sure that's armed and ready here. It'll be a bit of a hassle to use. If for no other reason than words and things. We got to get the screenshots properly lined up to where is looking. We're doing configuration that I definitely shouldn't have done before the stream, you know? Don't need that. I was told there was a way to show my screenshots in here, but I do not see such an option. Looking. I just got to find the screenshot option, and we will be up and running. Well, let's do a little test. Nope. Oh, hey, our ad break on Twitch is ended. So we're trying to figure out how to get to our screenshots here from our notes, because they will be necessary for us to do this correctly. In the interim, watch kitties. It is taking screenshots. We need to get to our screenshots view in order to actually make use of this. But if we... I guess... Is there an option to see that in-game? It would be convenient, but it doesn't look like that is an option. Oh, wait. No. No, false alarm. Well, we'll have to do with this because I can just bring up... I can just bring up the screenshot screen. So we are going to double check this. We're going to do that. And we're going to do this. Blueprints. 1 word or 2? There we go. Ha-ha! We doing stuff. We doing stuff. Okay. We actually doing stuff now. I walked inside, so we don't have the outside room. I'm not going to waste the several points of... Well, I'm going to waste several points of stamina. Well, I'm going to waste 1 point of stamina. This outside room is worth it. In my opinion, currently. Maybe we'll get the schoolhouse again. We didn't. This is real expensive when it gets rolling. Let's do the shelter. Negate those red room penalties. And we haven't tried the shelter before. I saw that for some reason VTube Studio had turned NDI back on. I need to... I'm hoping that that helps with the performance. Removing that. Wow, very ominous music. Yes, it makes sense. It is a bomb shelter. There's something intrinsically somber about that. Mount Holly Bomb Shelter. Ooh. There's a time lock safe, a radiation monitor, and we can log into the network. Access by setting an unlock date and time. You can use any date and time as long as it's at least 1 hour in the future. Tricky. But we don't know... Do I have my date time here? It's day 9, but we don't know which day we're on. Okay, so what this would be is if I get to a location where I can tell what date it currently is, which date and time, then I can set the clock to be like the next day each time. With the hope that I can get the bomb shelter again. And that would get us into the time lock safe. But because I don't know what the date and time currently is, so let's mess with it a little bit. Okay, Measurement of radiation levels detected in the house and surrounding grounds. These readings are often spiked by the experiments conducted in Mount Holly's laboratory. If the reading is 12 or higher, emergency protocol will be initiated, and all doors in the house will automatically unlock. Okay, let's look at that again. We're going to take that screenshot. And we're going to take a note of this. I set the title. Okay, it takes the first line as the title. SV or higher unlocks all doors. This and okay, UX oversight, but all right. Back and back. We don't know how to log into the network yet. All right. Well, this means that we can pick red rooms without concern 3 times in a row here. And that's good. That's a good thing. We've explored all around the grounds as far as we can so far. Okay. We spend the hallway right away. Yeah, we'll get the pantry. We'll get those coins right away. So, Ember and Sammy disturb the curtain, and they are currently facing off. Like they're running around chasing each other. Alright, Den gets us a gem. And we have no gems, so gems it is. Keep our eye open for little doodads laying around, because sometimes the ones that aren't like some of them don't have something intrinsic to the room. I'm sorry, something shows up that wasn't intrinsic to the room. We've just found loose gems before. Guest bedroom dead ends us. We can use chapel. So in theory, the shelter negates this penalty. Now, is it 3 times that it would hit us that it negates one, or is it this room's penalty is negated? We shall see. I like the buff is called sheltered. Ooh. Let's get us some items. We've got the purse. And we've got a key. This is good. Okay, for science. Waste some stamina, but... okay, it's just this room's penalty is gone. That is good. We don't want to dead-end it with a storeroom. But... I don't have a lot of gems. And I don't think we've taken West Wing Hallway. Am I winning yet, Schmuggums? I don't know, but, you know, the game is happening. Welcome, Schmuggums, welcome. garage is a dead end. It does get us back into the outside if we get access to the fuse box. But I don't know that there's anything worthwhile outside other than being able to loop around just now. This gets me 2 gems. We have a key right now. Let's get the gems. Assuming I don't bumble the puzzle. Is there anything else laying around? Because some of the statements regard things in the room. Okay. The gems are in a box with the word blue on it. Okay, there is a blank. And there is 1 true and 1 false. If this is false, it can't be in the blue box. If this is false, it can't be in either of the of these 2 boxes. Because it's without a word that is blue on it. And this one is blank. So one of these is true and one of these is a lie. There is a 3rd box that it could be in. Okay, I'm sorry. Both of these could be lies. Both of them could be true, I guess, but this is no statement. So for the time being, I'm going to guess this statement doesn't count. So if this is a lie, then it's the white box. If this is a lie, it's the white box. No. So if this is the lie, it can't be the white box, it's the black box. Or the white box. Since one of them has to be true. So if this is true, it's one of 2 boxes. If it's false, it's the white box. If this is true... Oh. Okay. If this is true, the other one's a lie. So it's actually blue. But this one says it can't be one with the blue box. This can't be true. Because if it's true, it says it's blue. This one's false, so it is not in a box with the word blue on it. Again, we're dealing with only these 2 statements. So if this is true, that one has to be false. If this one is true, then this one has to be false. So it would be the black box. We're going to try the black box. Yep. Okay. 1 + 1 + 2 + 1. Okay, if we take this, we get 2 more options, and there's the possibility of a loop around in there. So the freezer is a good one for end of day, or if you have a really high number and you just want to bail out. And I have neither of those things right now. I will catalog these eventually, but this is false because it is a typed red note. If it's a handwritten red note, it's not false. all of these result in a blockage in that hallway. This one gives us a lot of currency. This one spends some currency, but doesn't fully dead end us here. And we get access to whatever the buff is. What is 3? What, 3 steps? Okay. One of them is bad. So I'm wondering if... One, I wonder what happens once we extend past the limits. Wait. What is this? I haven't noticed that in the UI before. What is red envelope? Is it that we found a note? Interesting. Dining room will get us back towards the entrance there. This is 4 items, though. Let's take the 4 items. Sleep mask. First time you enter a bedroom, gain an extra 5. Okay. A gem, some reroll dice. And a key. Okay, we are going to backtrack all the way back around here. One of the tips in the library book was to not go too deep right away. So we will need to rig up a bedroom soon. Hey, speak of the devil. We would have to loop back to this one frequently to make it worth. But we have the sleeping mask, so we can either get plus 15 or plus 7 whenever we come through here. But I would need to come through here more than once. In fact, many times to make it worth. So we're just going to do the plus 15 here. So we get the plus 10, and then we get plus 5 from the sleeping mask, which triggers exactly once. This was... Oh, nice. This lets us examine notes more closely. This is the one that tells you that the billiards room puzzle does not require... it is not about the game of darts. I've seen that one before. Oh. Yeah. I've seen that note before. We made use of it. But I'm taking screenshots of everything that is out of the ordinary. Okay, we'll get another key. We loop up that way. The commissary is more expensive than the money I've got access to. So this is telling you to take notes. And here is the important part. Somebody... Sinclair has many something secrets that he will take to his grave. Here's the key. So we got a nice amount of keys so far. This one might be worth if we have to fully backtrack. And these two aren't immediately valuable. I do want to be able to get to that corner. Oh, each time I enter a given bedroom for the first time. Okay. Is there anything in this? This card showed up in the notes, but I don't remember seeing anything particularly odd here. All the screenshots, though. Lunar will be pleased. I did cave. Okay, this counts as 2 different bedrooms. I should get 10 stamina for entering this room, because I'm entering 2 different bedrooms for the first time. So that's +5 and +5. We've also never used this room template. Oh, look at the little guy. And he's got a bunk bed. Very much a children's room. I am concerned by the campfire roasting spit. Hey there, Ghost. Welcome, welcome. We are playing some Blue Prince today. Today is a good day because Simon is at camp and he is not as much fun as my friend. I will not have to share my toys, and I will not have to share my room, and I will not have to share my snacks. Having a younger brother is not as much fun as they told me it would be, but today will be a good day because he is at camp. It's even written in a plausible fashion. A lot of times people resort to baby talk in these. You know, Iken has cheeseburger. Chat is generally not super lively, Ghost. My viewership is not so dense that it is constant. But I appreciate what chat happens. Nice, I'll take 2 gems. Ooh. Oh, this is like this is an Atari or an Intellivision. I can't remember which. It's not an Intellivision. Those, I think we're in kind of Atari territory with that. Intellivision would be... That one was very much aiming to look like an appliance of the era. So it has brass and wood panel kind of look to it. Decals, of course, but... Turtles of Vera or something like that. Trinsdale Mystery. Preponderance of signs that children exist in this room. Okay, we truncated a corner. So now we have to run all the way back around up here. hall, then pantry, then left at the den. Interesting. One. So 1 is a gardener. 2 is a cook. Generally, so 1 and 3 are kind of variations. Generally, the pitchfork would more be like a rancher. Ghost, yeah. We've got the tiles drawing the way we would want to. And we have a pattern for feeding them into the system. We have a chimney sweep. Made with a broom. And like, that's kind of a jockey's outfit. Six, was there a 7? 7. And this one stands way out. This is an armored figure with royalty regalia, the scepter and the crown, and a heavy shield. That is the house emblem. Interesting. Wonder if I can subfolder my screenshots. Molly, don't touch that. Molly. Hey. Yeah, I'm talking to you. You'll be able to see what I'm talking about here in just a moment. She's not looking. Oh, no. There you go. Molly. Like, but it's there. He's eyeballing the camera. Yeah, stop it. Yeah, there's nothing there. He's like, I can see that there's something there. Kitchen would sell food. Again, we don't really have resources for that. I'm actually not too disappointed that I'm letting her do this for the purposes of the stream. Because ideally that's going to mean she gets bored of it because it's not doing anything when she grabs it. We get to rank 8, there will be dinner served. Courtyard would potentially be useful to get a green on the board in case we get a secret passage. But once we get to rank 8, this would give us a stamina hit as far as value. That is the reasoning that I'm going with. Down to our last key. If we use courtyard, it cuts off this path as advancement. We're going to use library here. This lets us go further. Ideally, we're going to get something with a lot of pathways on it. Okay, we took drafting strategy last time. This is already in the, is it? We're going to check out the pump system. So next time we're in here, we'll have access to that book. Oh, okay. One of the gimmicks of the aquarium is it counts as every type of room. Now, as we see, because it is every type of room, it ate one of the sheltered charges. Shovel, okay. And we have a dirt patch right here. We got monies. Okay, I want to go this way, and we want to get downward pathways. Metal detector, that's useful. A brick, not worth picking up. But is it in my inventory? Ah. So another key card door there. Still have plenty of keys. I only have 2 gems right now. This is worth it. So I just spent 2. And now I have 2. Like this room. Music. There is something pinging the metal detector in here. This is one of the things that told me I just need to use screenshots. Hey there, Yopi. Welcome. Molly is heading up Cat Tree Path. That is one of Sammy's preferred spots. There are a couple that are off camera that she likes as well. Pinging faintly in this vicinity. There it is. Nice. Dark room would really be handy. There's stuff I want to check in there. But for it to be worthwhile... Oh, that's good. It ate it going dark. Okay, we are gonna search the room real quick. There it is. There were a couple of things that I wanted to look at in here. So here's one of them. Sinclair requested yet another print of her ladyship, I assume for one of her rooms in the West Wing, as well as an enlarged print of the enclosed photograph. He said the last development was too dark to keep an eye on that. The yet is the tricky part there. So we've been here. This is way outside. This tree is cut down outside. Couldn't see that before. 1128. There's something about that. I assume that's November 28th. There's one of a guy holding a card. Music in this game is right up my alley. Really is. Okay, there are better pictures of these two. That one's slightly better. He has a lot of prints of of those two. It's the orchard. It's one of him. Take a picture of that. We'll get a picture of that text. Cinca Co to me implies that there is a person with a K name. It's actually a clearer picture of it. What? There. Let's ditch this one. Is that picture? There was a picture of a guy holding a red card. Here he is. Here he is. Don't know who this person is. This is the card I was interested in. Green memos found in Hartley's room are always false. That is a typed note. But now it looks like this note is red. But if it were red, it should show up black in this. Because it is under red light. I think. That's right, isn't it? Oh, we haven't. If we take this, we lose items. We have never been in the maid's chamber, though. We're doing it. We are not sheltered from that. Counts as a bedroom. The day we all dreaded has finally arrived. It is with an unprecedented sadness that we inform you of the death of our benefactor, employer, and master, the Baron of Mount Holly H.S. Sinclair. Any staff who have an interest in attending services may contact Miss Babbage for details. In following, the instructions left by the Baron himself, effective immediately, all work at Mount Holly is suspended. All live-in staff will have 1 month paid leave and must vacate the premises by Friday, November 6th. Did I get that? Yes. It is a angel statue of a maid with a broom with Mila as the inscription. Mila, something like that. Okay, going in here cost us floor items going forward. Oof. I don't think we can afford that one now, but okay. We can still potentially get to the right from the courtyard. Wine cellar. These gems are practically worthless, by the way. Because on our way out of the wine cellar, we're going to pass through the ballroom, and we're going to lose all but 2. It's a coat of arms. Are any of these bottles clickable? It strikes me as odd that there are open bottles put in the wine rack. I could see them like standing in the non-racked areas, or like laying like that, but to put them in the rack, to some extent, it just lends to the surreal nature of this place. So yeah, we're going to lose those gems heading this way. Sneeze. Boop. Oh. I forgot. That's a keycard door. If we can find the security room... So first we need to find the security room, and we're going to set the behavior here. Just a moment. Staff notice. This is effectively get out, and you need for when you're clocking in. From the first week of December this is how things will work. You need to clock in and out using the computer terminals. At the location. So we're going to quickly scan the text. I'm most interested in that scribbled section. Swan Song. That's why I was interested. Notice the antechamber has been unlocked and access levers are no longer required to grant entry. This is false. This one is supposed to be true. So the further we go, the more likely that we're going to get locked doors and similar. But, so there's two things we can do here. So there's nothing that we missed. Keycard system. I'm going to go to settings. We're going to set the security level. Right now, we're going to set it to low because we don't want keycard doors to appear. And in offline mode, we're going to set it to unlocked. If we find the fuse room, we can turn off the keycard system, and that will unlock all keycard doors. If we find the fuse box and we have to come back through here and we turn it off, we set security to high because we want keycard doors at that point. Dial up. Classic. Staff. Services, staff. We'll do punch in, punch out in a moment. Don't think anyone has access to the network this month except you, Simon, so if you're reading this, just know we're all rooting for you. Your friends in faithful service. If you'd like to get a specific brand of gum or your favorite fruit, the commissary is now taking special orders for all members of the staff. We can ensure that something appears in the commissary. But not that we can necessarily afford it. If we can afford it and we get a brass compass, that's decent. Connect to other active terminals elsewhere on the estate using this. So if we have activated them, we can access them here. Email. Permissions of this terminal do not allow for access to the electronic mail account. Currently, this feature can only be accessed via a terminal in the office. Useful to know. Glossary of terms. Okay. These are in-game terms. Dirigiblocks. This was the arcade game. In the commissary, players may find an arcade cabinet for the popular game Dirigiblocks. To the dismay of board members of the staff, the cabinet has not been in working order for the last several years. Although the game is not currently accessible, it is scheduled to be added in a future patch. Any other words? Mechanical rooms have the gear icon. Often heavy in mechanics and often contain control systems that can interact with other elements on the estate. These rooms are marked with a symbol of a gear. Dang it. Gotcha. I think. No. Okay, so our problem is that the control key and the screenshot key, both of those are going to set off the. So we are going to say the local network named Blackbridge. We're going to put that in our notes. Rick. Power source. Boiler room is known as the power source. Steam power is conveyed room to room via ducts that run across the ceiling. Power can be transported across a greater distance so long as you continue to string together rooms that contain power ducts. Wonder if there's a way to tell in the room draft that they do. Electronic powered doors of the reinforced steel that can only be accessed. Okay. Yep, gem ones have a cost. Let's spread. When a spread occurs, items are randomly distributed across all rooms currently active on the estate. More rooms, the larger the spread. So there are also rooms that aggregate stuff. Like, I think there's supposed to be one that was listed in the book, the guidebook to drafting, that said it would aggregate things like coins on the ground. Easiest method, of course, is drafting observatories. Each additional star creates new formations, which can in turn be beneficial. Okay. Screen room, keycard door. That provide benefits in the future. Well, when chest often found in rooms, it's always locked. Okay. Email data transfers. This implies that there are times when it is. Now, whether that means during gameplay or whatever. Service has been temporarily disabled. As of November 4th, all work has been suspended. See Miss Babbage for details. We're gonna record all of these. We'll see how I can organize them or not. Okay. Same thing. Okay. That is everything we wanted out of the security room. Well. Ooh, a penny. Off. There's got to be a breaker or something we can find to turn on the cabinet here. So having the dark room on prevents the lights from going out. I wonder if having the gymnasium off prevents the loss associated with that. Okay, but like I mentioned, we can now go here, and we're going to turn it to high security. Because now, because we have turned off the keycard system, keycard doors are unlocked. We set it to be that the keycard doors would be unlocked when the system is disabled, perhaps due to power failure and the like. And because we did that, now we have any of those doors will be unlocked. But because we have set it to high security, there will be more of them. Okay, that gives us the garage. Billiard room is another puzzle room. Boudoir might be useful. For one, we get the extra stamina coming in. Clearly, there is something on the floor or similar. There it is. We know the security. Oh, this stayed open. We already checked here. So this is about a person named Marion disappearing, and that the actual events associated with that disappearance would embarrass the royal court, and that Sinclair, Herbert here, is doing something to conceal that happened. I can't recall if we're supposed to be Simon. And, that's written by Daniel. I don't know who all of these people are. The implication with this. So we've already magnifying lens scanned this, but we can see the dressing curtain there, whatever those are called. The partition, I guess, is over behind the tree. It's to the right. So if we look, we have gramophone, we have behind the mirror, we have this. So where that little chaise is still there. So we have the mirror, we can see the wall panel behind it, in the mannequin is intact, and we can see the new safe was added. So this is a gift that arrived on Christmas. We do not see the safe over here, but if we were looking at this, and I found this out by a tip that somebody gave me, noticing that it was found it, and its combination was 1225. So they just entered the combination as, Christmas, the day it was on. Okay, so we can continue up through security. We should be able to go through the keycard door now, though, in the courtyard. Yep, power's off. And we can go through it. Okay, billiards room. If we go through the drawing room, we get rerolls. And we can spend the gem on this, and we can get it back in the adjacent ballroom, or the nearby ballroom. Seeing if there's anything concealed there. There is not. So I'm going to burn a little bit of stamina. We're going to get that gem back so that we're able to do a 2-gem door if it appears. Take a right. It's our last key. Okay. Okay, I have to pick one of these. This makes it cost double. And I'm going to have to go back through the gymnasium. We have never picked this one or the veranda. But I could turn off the gymnasium. I wonder if that prevents the cost. Let's do the veranda. I can get the gems back. Which we are going to go do. We haven't done the gymnasium or the veranda, so. A rather dirty coin. They're racking up money. Oh, hey, a key. Nice. Why is boat? Good thing we found a key. Let's get stamina back. And I don't think we ever went into the nursery. I think this was actually one of the rooms we've skipped most often. Oh, this is the rejected book. The ending was too political, and it was rejected. We don't know if she changed it. Oh, and this is Marion. This is the person that disappeared. There was a bread prince who sat on a red throne. And there's a correlation here. The game is blue prince. Here's red prince. He had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. Making sure I am taking screenshots. Have I ever played Elden Ring? Yes. There are elements I like of Elden Ring. The dodge roll parry kind of system I'm not super fond of, Yopi. I do like the ambient lore that you get out of the Souls games, from Software's Souls games. But the combat system, I feel, is something that is... It needs more exploration. I feel like it is a model that has stagnated and has sadly become infectious into what is a genre, you know? The prince had a love for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. Interesting. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. Yeah, it's Schmuggums. That's my general feel on it. Is that genre hasn't. Everybody is attempting to be Dark Souls or to be Elden Ring. They're they're not trying to be their own game that is like a new take on what it means to be that. Now, ones that incorporate the if you die, you lose your stuff, I don't mind that. That's actually as much a indication of it. That's as much a roguelike element that they have pulled in, you know? And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard of the sky, heard that the sky was not a red hue. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. We have the magnifying lens. We are going to use it. Making sure I get screenshots of each one. And you know which book the prince always had? The one that made him happy whenever he was sad? It's supposed to be this book that is about the Red Prince. One of those mirror box kind of elements. A story he had read in the bath and the bed, and maybe you can guess with the clues that we have said. It was a story of a boy who always wore red, and he looked like our prince from his toes to his head. Very cute. This is a children's book as far as the concept. Might as well have a gold spine, you know. As you, my reader, might already assume, this book is quite near you, in fact, in the same room. Yep. This is a book about a boy who always read a book, the book that we are reading, which is about a boy who always read a book. Now, the question is there actually another one in the same room that is different? A story about you, if it needs to be said, about a red prince in his book, the red book we just read. I can't remember what it was. I saw it at the same time that I saw a Raggedy Ann and Andy movie, which was one of those that was kind of like early 90s movie. But I think the main characters were a pair of anthropomorphic mice. And there was a moment where they're looking at a can, like a tin can, and the label on it has that tin can with the same label, so on, and it zoomed in, showing that recursive nature. Hello there, Ahmed. Welcome. We're playing Blueprints. Rabbit's foot. Genuine lucky rabbit's foot. Greater chance of finding items. Well, okay, now there's less chance because of the maid's room. Okay, so that is the Red Prince book. And it said that they always read a book that's in the same room. But is that book? Or is there another book? She is snoozing. Let's check in with the other kitties real quick. Let's see. We have Sky and Molly crammed up in the cat tree. We have the brothers. We have Sherbet and Mason on the bed. And Sammy is not visible. I wonder where she's hanging out. She might be under the bed. So we have 5 of the 6. But Ember is napping there right across from the keyboard. Dragon. What was it about the Red Prince book that would get us somewhere? And what is it about the ending that was changed? Or has it been changed? The rejection of this book for publishing said change the ending, too political. So it could be that the actual ending was just removed. Back through the drawing room, we are going to swing back, hit the ballroom again, get ourselves 2 gems, and we're going to cross our fingers that the security room here or the drawing room is either going to lead us to more keys or not locked, you know? It's locked. Okay, that one's locked. This is very unfortunate. Okay, okay. Storeroom would definitely get us a key. We do have money to spend. This is false. The commissary will be open day 12 to day 16. This is another indicator of the that the password is Swan Song. This is the arcade cabinet that they said that they would implement in a later update. Gems, we can buy running shoes. I don't know what those do. I need to know. Shatter padlocks on trunks. Oh, that's unfortunate. But this is a keycard door, which we have disabled. Billiard room will dead end us. Laboratory will dead end us. We have to take the gymnasium. Which I'm gonna experiment with something. The gymnasium is active right now. the old saying, stop and putting on my running shoes. Why aren't you running? I don't have to outrun the bear. I just have to outrun you. So we're going to turn off the gymnasium. Do we still lose 2 stamina upon entering? So do we drop to 22? We don't. Nice. Spare set of car keys. Interesting. Because we know there's a garage room. Coat check dead ends us. We've got to take the corridor. We need to be able to go left from this room or we're stuck. Well, there's a garage with a car in it. When we activate the garage door, the car will the car doesn't go anywhere. Does this mean that there's something in the car or something else? Like, can we drive the car? Well, I appreciate monies, but... Okay, there's drawing room, which let us skip the lock. And we are stuck. We are stuck. We are out of keys. And there is nowhere to find more. We're going to check the security room. Maybe there's a key on the floor that we overlooked, but with the metal detector, I doubt it. The inventory, there's nothing on the ground. You'd think that, but apparently the sledgehammer only works on padlocks. Oh well. All right, what kind of house did we get this time? It was a red hotel. We had 4 red rooms, so maybe that's what triggered it. I was actually kind of hoping that the sledgehammer could knock down blocked doors, too. Not just locked doors, you know? All right, we arrive again. We've learned a few things. One, you can disable the gymnasium the same way we can prevent the dark room from going dark with just the utility closet. All right, once again, we're going to run out here. We're going to get the exterior room. We know there's at least 3 or 4 permanent additions. If Genshin didn't ultimately get into hard daily grind for its currency, I would probably still be playing it, but it does eventually fall into that more toxic aspect. House will be more likely to contain dig spots. We have not taken the trading post or the root cellar before. The tool shed is great because we get 2 upgrade items. But I want to get more of the rooms in play. Okay, there are lots of dig spots in the root cellar. I was kind of hoping for a shovel in the root cellar. Silly me. Yeah. And for a gacha game, I don't want to even consider paying money. One, I'm kind of susceptible to things like FOMO. So I want to avoid it. Okay, we don't have magnifying lens this time. All right, this would give us coins. This would dead end it immediately, but get us good value. We're gonna dead end it and get the items. 1 coin, 1 key, and 1 gem, and a digging spot. Multiple digging spots. We are gonna open all of the rooms off of each of them like this. Hey, Lunar. Yep, we are still playing Lore Manor. Oh, man. All right, we're gambling. We're gambling. There is that aspect in some of those games, those gacha games, where it is... There is the joy of getting the thing that you wanted. That dopamine hit. There's also the other side of it where it is amplified frustration if you don't get what you're looking for. And they bank on both of those. the kind of that burst, that positive element of getting what you wanted, but also the fact that you feel like that if you could just go one more, you know? Okay, the den would get us a dead end in one curve, same with the hallway, but security room would be great right off. Well, one, stream time is nap time. Ember is very huggy. She likes attention, so when she's not snoozing, she'll come over and bug me. Most of mine are pretty sleepy, mellow cats, but we will occasionally get them charging around in classic fashion. Okay. And you will be pleased, Lunar, I did switch to digital. The only reason gacha games are not considered gambling is probably lobbying, as the fact that there are people with a vested interest most likely in it, like, you know, stock and similar, as well as it's a new thing. It's part of a video game, you know? So that's not the same as gambling. I was hoping I found the error state. I wonder if it has to do with the spout connection now, or sprout. I'll have to dig into it. I have to assume that it's actually the connection between VTube Studio and OBS slowly going haywire. I'll have to do some research. So forgive me if my model freezes more frequently as the stream continues. Okay, we're going to set our security level to low currently because we don't have that, and offline mode will go to unlocked. Should we find the system? Oh yeah, I agree, Ahmed. I just don't like the system. The gacha system. I could do without that. The actual game is nice. I liked that. So get us the lab. The weight room would cut half of our stamina, making our run very frantic at this point. We've never taken the weight room. So that is a, you know, a check mark there. We really do need the bedroom, but that'll just net us a couple. The lab would cost us our only gem and only get us downward. This is still worthwhile. Hey there, Ian. Wow, we're getting red rooms like crazy. We've never taken the furnace. The room is heated now. Okay, chapel starts bleeding our money. We have no money. That's a dead end. That's a dead end. These are all dead ends. Except for chapel. Chapel it is. Cost 1, gain 2. Well, we can dead end with lavatory. Den is as good as corridor. It might be locked, though. We got the keys. Let's use them. We can't stack maid's room. That's just... orange. Orange is good. Going to screenshot that. I haven't. Need a gem for the aquarium. That would give us 2 pathways. We don't really have the money for the commissary. We haven't taken the archive. In we go. Neat. It is indeed an archive. Would love to find a shovel. Here we go. Real quickly, break. I missed the mark on the hour, but we will be right back. And we're back. Popular children's writer Marion Marigold adds yet another feather to her scholastic cap when she discovered on Thursday that her picture book Swimbird had been chosen as the Herald Literary Medal Illustrated Book of the Year. This is Marigold's second time winning this prestigious honor. The previous medal was, of course, for her debut effort. She was no stranger to the public eye even before her literary success. The niece and closest living relation of Baron H.S. Sinclair, Mary had begun using Marigold as a pen name to free her from the political associations that one might make with the Sinclair family. Okay, so she is the niece of him. Swimbird author never considered herself a success. So we have August 22nd, 85. Let's make sure that this actually got captured. Okay. Gail Hermes, Herald staff writer. She confided, "My son was the one that actually got me to start writing. I'd always challenge myself to never tell him the same story twice at bedtime, and so as we ran out of books we owned, my imagination had to take over from there." Marigold has elaborated in previous interviews that her debut book, Red Prince, is based on her son and his inflexible love of the color red. A statement that has been held with much skepticism by many pundits that viewed that book as a rather thinly veiled political critique of the Royalist Party and their unwavering blind loyalty to the throne. Okay, so that was the rejection letter. Publisher and author detained by Red Guard and questioned. So November 11th. Okay, we're still not to November 28th. Caleb Manning and his publisher Philip White were two of 36 names that appeared on a leaked dossier, naming them a person of interest in the Trinsdale bombing that killed 4 people last Tuesday. Although no group has come forth to officially take responsibility of the attack, for the attack, it is widely believed by authorities to be the work of the insurgent group RLCF, who also call themselves the Children of Blackwater. This is, okay, Blackbridge. Ruffington Press was quick to dismiss the rumors in a statement released on Friday, maintaining that the popular author and Mr. White were simply victims of an unfortunate happenstance, whatever that means. This would not be the first time that the publishing house had defended a rogue employee. 3 years ago, an associate editor with the company was arrested for criminal conspiracy, though the charges were later dropped. Oh, 1 second. That one, then that one. Marigold drops publisher. Local author and popular personality, Marion Marigold, has announced a split with her long-term publishing partner, Ruffington Press, citing personal reasons. The announcement came after the arrest last week of fellow author and colleague Caleb Manning, who Marigold has past referred to as her mentor, friend, and confidant. Marigold is the third prominent writer to distance themselves from the publisher this week. Manning and White at a press function. Huh. The guy back left potentially looks like the one with the guy with white hair in the darkroom picture. Maybe. Was seen at the corner, suspicious bag under, waved down at local. This is the third major. Last year it is anticipated charged by the Crown. Manning was the last probably person. The trial begins on probably Tuesday, expected to last up to with grand treason. Dang. February 22nd, 87. No trace is discovered of Cinca Arist, but search continues. Cinca is the camera company for the cameras that we see in use in the darkroom. Mary Matthew Jones, the author and illustrator whose fanciful stories are written under the pen name Marion Marigold. Okay, this is Marion going missing. This is the angry letter from Daniel to Herbert. Was last seen by a close friend around 5:45 p.m. Friday getting into a carriage after a late luncheon date at the 100 Bells Tea Room in Trinsdale. Miss Jones never arrived home and the carriage driver cannot be located. Family and local authorities are very concerned but have not deemed the case foul play. It's an out-of-character incident at this point and we are seeking information. Priceless jewels stolen in dramatic Royal Museum heist. Thieves in the royal capital of Fen Ares have broken into one of the Crown's fabled closed exhibits. These lavish rooms have historically been reserved exclusively for the use of the aristocracy and high peerage, and access has never been granted to those outside noble circles. Dang. Yes, this is a public museum, but these rooms are not for you plebs. At least not until today, as local police and forensic experts have been spotted in virtually every corner of the museum grounds, dredging for clues. The museum authorities said that they were alerted in the middle of the night by reports of several masked intruders seen breaching the south wall and brandishing firearms. The intruders broke into the museum, subdued the royal guard, and disabled the security system. By the time the militia arrived on the scene, the burglars had simply vanished. Although an official registry of the lost jewels has not been publicly announced, among the treasured artifacts rumored to be stolen is the renowned Ruby Crown of Orinda Ares. Okay, there is a history of Orinda or something like that book in the library. We need that one going forward. The priceless crown jewel was whose material worth pales in comparison to the historic value. If these rumors are true, the evidence may suggest that the theft was politically motivated. We've got two of those. Okay, so here's our connection to the Red Prince, the Red Crown kind of thing. But additionally, that Orinda is something that we can access in the library. Okay, that's the entirety of that list. Hello, Sherbet. Hey, bud. Hey, buddy. He's deciding if he wants to just pass through across my chair rest. At the moment, he's getting some ear scratches. So while we pause for that. Oh, what? Okay. What? What? Gotta be real careful with Sherbet. He's startled easily. There you go. There you go. Crossed over my chair. So potentially Mason getting up disturbed Sherbet, and then he got up to walk around. Anytime I take a break, Mason will hop up from the bed and come out to the play area there to lay down on the hockey table and chirp at me for attention. Ember's getting a snack. Sammy has made her appearance on her pillow. Hey. Yeah. What? Okay. So there's our archived floor plan. Let's go. Spin the wheel. Okay, parlor. We can use parlor. This door is what? Spare room. Okay, we're still in good shape. Parlor will get us 2 gems, which we don't immediately need. Really wish I had a shovel. Here we go. Let's spend the gem. We'll get some variables in here. We can re-roll, hope for something good. That gives us the breaker box, which we could backtrack to our security room. But that's all the way back there, and that weight room burned us pretty bad. No, spin the wheel. Oof, lavatory. Lavatory is pretty much nothing. We're taking the hallway. Oh, neat. Vines spreading from the dig spot. Oh, I never noticed this. Staff notice July 15th, 1983. Out of respect for the late lady Clara Epson, the West Wing will be closed until further notice while the floor plans associated with this wing have not been removed from the pool. We ask that staff members refrain from drafting them during this period of mourning. This tells us what we're going through is what everybody goes through. This is some umbrella corporation nightmare building. Okay, so West Wing rooms are meant to be closed off to staff. Oof. All right, parlor it is. Okay, last box puzzle was tricky. Okay, 3 statements this time. Gems are in both the black box and the white box. That's not possible. So this is false. So we have the one false one that is minimum. Gems are not in the white box or the blue box. Okay, so this doesn't conflict. This could be false, though. Gems are in both the blue box and the black box. So they can't be in both. These are both false. So if it's not in the white or blue, it has to be in the black. Because so these are not in both. Are not in both. The rules of the game are they're in only one box. At least one is false, at least one is true. So those the both statements break the rules. Dark room is the only one that prevents a dead end. And we're stuck. Okay, we're going to backtrack to the chapel. Welcome back, Ghost. We're going to backtrack to the chapel and see if we get anything out of that room. Ideally, it would be a bedroom with a key in it. but I feel like we're going to run out of stamina. Get our +2 for going through there. Going to the chapel, we lose a coin. Neither of these is useful to us. So, well, we get to read the book that we saw here, the Pump System Guide. Okay, we are Simon, the heir, so we have some relation to Daniel. And potentially we are the child of Marion. I don't have a firm connection between Marion and Daniel, though. Hey, the pump system is engineered specifically for the luxury requirements of today's indoor, in-ground swimming pools and spas. The EPCW system is also expandable, allowing you to use multiple pumps to control the water flow and volume to several different designated tanks and aquatic house features. Be it an aquarium, fountain, or good old-fashioned swimming pool. I wonder if those are all things. Hey, here's our water level indicators. In selection buttons. Water control panel. Whether you're using a single tank system or an array of pumps, the water control panel serves as a central hub to your EPCW system. The panel is fitted with a number of buttons equal to your own home's needs. One button for each different water source on the estate. Musume. Again, to my understanding, there's gacha elements in that, so I have avoided it. I have seen several streams of it. It seems cute. Function is simple. Press a button to select the water source you would like to adjust. For example, if you wish to drain or fill your pool, simply press the button labeled Pool. Regardless of the number of pumps or water sources being used, water can only be adjusted from a source if its corresponding button is selected. After you have selected a source using the water control panel, the next step is to set the pump associated with that water source to pump either in or out. So initiate water flow into or flow to or from one of your supply tanks. Pump may be connected to more than one tank, allowing you to store and retrieve even more water. Recommended for cleaning larger Olympic-sized pools. Start guide. Use the water control panel to select the water source. Use pump lever to set the water flow direction. That's it. That's the end of the guide. Okay. Well, if we ever find that pump. But that is the end of this run. Don't have a zoom in of that one, but, you know. Let's take a careful-ish look around. If we find a key, we can try to continue, though we only have 5 steps. 3. So we have 2, then that would give us to 4. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. This run is over. There is no path forward. We've played for a total of 6 hours so far. 6.5. Okay. Red Cottage. I think it was Red Hotel last time. 4 new rooms. I've been trying to pick them so that we can see new ones in case they trigger something as well. So one of the implications of the pump manual would be drain the fountain, which I wonder if that pool outside in the front can be drained. As per usual, 180 and jog on over to the other room. So Yopi has had some questions about if I play particular games. I will say I have a habit of revisiting older games. I have recently been replaying some Shadow of War, the Lord of the Rings game, and loading cheats into it like crazy. It is an excellent murder simulator, and it just amps it up further. We have not been to the shrine, but we have no offering to make. Well, let's use the shrine because neither of the others is new. It's meant to be vines? They look... Okay, they're meant to be vines, but... they just sort of... hang out. Huh. Make an offering of money may result in a bestowal of a beneficial blessing. I have no monies. Fancy, though. I wonder if there's a big blessing, like if you dump a pile of money into it. Box are functional. Once more. This time, we're going to try to avoid dead ends. We'll take the parlor in order to get those gems. We're going to run in and grab those gems before we open... well, we're going to hope that we can grab a couple of gems. The gimmick of this is that the puzzle gets that nominally harder, supposedly harder, every time you solve it. This box and the white box are both empty. If this one is true, it's in the black box. This box and the blue box are both empty. Okay, both of those say that it's the black box. The other two statements have identical wording. This box and the blue box, this box and the white box. So this is false. They are slightly different. It's this box and the other box. This box and the other box. This box and the other box by color. So these can't be false. If this one is false, then this one would also have to be false. But this is false, so one of them has to be true. If this one is true, then by nature this one is true. So the gem should be in here. That gem heist, one implication of that is that these are the crown was stolen, but are these the stolen gems? Passageway would get us 4 doors. Storeroom dead ends us. Bedroom loops us back around. Passageway right now gives us flexibility. Later, it becomes a nest of locked doors. Just like So let's spend the gems now. Okay. We're going to run back here and we're going to open these other doors. I wanted to get the gems, but since I've spent the gems, we're okay. Den lets us continue. Guest bedroom will let us rack up some value. We would get more steps, but let's take the gem that we'll get out of the den. This will get us a key. We'll take the key. Okay. Let's nab the gem in here. The gem is more valuable than the key for immediate use. Corridor, all of these block off the nook. And this potentially, like, cuts us off from further exploration. We're going to take this one. Now, we know the nook gets us a key. Let's go back and grab it. We're going to need it anyway. And this will minimize backtracking. Look around for any others. I wonder if it's the metal detector creates new ones in subsequent rooms, or if it's just that it reveals ones that you could already get. Walk-in closet would get me 4 more items, but it dead ends this path. We have 3 more pathways we could use. Spin the wheel. Give me cool stuff. Gems, a salt shaker. Okay, we've never had the salt shaker before. Whenever you eat food and gain stamina, you gain an extra one. Okay. Good, not great. We see a copy of this in the dark room. Ooh, car keys. Okay. If we get the garage, we need to take it. Okay, we're right here. Let's take the corridor. We don't have any money. Commissary is useless to us. The bedroom, we don't get a lot of value out of. It's entirely dependent on what we get following the bedroom. It'll get us a little stamina. You have a net increase of 1 every time you pass through the bedroom. We could take the guest bedroom and just rack up stamina for messing around. We could take the pantry and get a fruit, which will get us the +1 and 4 coins. Let's get the coins and a bit of stamina. And then we get +2, +3. Okay. Okay, so we need to loop around. So now we know what the salt shaker does. That is a very, very specific item. Like, if you don't encounter a sufficient amount of fruit in the run, it is worthless. And it doesn't add a great deal of value by itself. We cannot afford anything in the commissary. And our gem. I do like how which images are in the frames changes regularly. Okay, we are entirely dependent on this door. We've got to take boiler room. And we need... Oh, that's nice. That stays. This doesn't reset. Neat. Okay, is there a way to tell that there's power conduit? Can't tell. But security room would be super useful. And hallway gives us the most options with the least penalty. It's only half on. We need to get the flow into this pipe. And straight across would send it into security. Goodies. Nope, and I'm pretty sure this is... Yeah, west wing doors are more likely to be locked. They are less likely to be locked. There's our garage. Upgrade disc. Insert into one of the estate terminals to permanently upgrade one of your floor plans. Ooh, okay, that's a special item. If we had access to the power, we could open this, and that gets us outside, which is largely a not free run around the entrance. It's the implication that the driver is frequently MIA. Digging spot. Man, the music got kind of sinister. Duct goes in there. Okay. We do have power, and it would go to either of them, but we dead end on that. Insert disk. We'll now have a chance to permanently enhance this room to one of 3 upgraded floor plans. Oh, wow. Extra key, extra gem, or 10 times the coins. I wonder if the upgrades can stack. That makes the storeroom a facilitator for... Okay, let's... We route this way. Yeah, there's no power conduit in this room. But if we route it across again, I don't see any power conduit in the garage either. Oh, showroom. But I don't have gems for it. That's a new room. This ends the run. This bleeds us of coins, but since we're not going to backtrack out of this room unless we find the circuit breaker. Has to be the dining room. Well, we could do kitchen as well, but dining room gives us more routes. Outs. Wish I could back out and keep that. Yeah. Well, we can't take the patio. This is a good extra. Let's go for it. Because now the green ones will not... It's a new room. But now green rooms won't cost gems, and they normally do. Oh, cool. One of the rooms that we were in... I wonder... Because I think we were here when we looked out and we were right across from the boat. I think this is consistent. That is the statue in the shrine, or at least the same figure standing. But we were on this side, and we had wasn't a terrace, but it was like a balcony hallway, maybe like a patio or something like that. And we were right across from the boat. Huh, neat. That's a nice touch. The grounds is a fixed shape, so if you can see outside, you see the grounds. Dead end. We've got to take the observatory, but we don't have a gem. Well, that is a quick run. Claim slips. Ding. Check an item. Car keys is more valuable. Okay, we can only have one stored. Okay. That is the gimmick of the game, is as much laying out the room so you can get further and find more stuff. A charming cottage. With 3 new rooms. Coat check terrace, and what was the other new one? Oh, no? Huh. Oh, shrine. I'd never taken the shrine before. I could have taken the coins over to the shrine to see what it does. One of the markers is this is definitely an older house. You can see the power cables that are running to the house as opposed and past the house, as opposed to it being like part of a buried electrical grid. These cables come out specifically to get to here and continue along. Okay, we've had all of these now. This one can become a problem since it bleeds your stamina fast. It's not bad. It's just it changes the run. Gems are effectively useless to you during that. Metal detector. And what's the other item? First time you enter each green room, use water to gain 1 gem. We have 3 water. Okay. That can refund the cost of some of the green rooms. So there's that. That is a good question there, Lunar. Are there water sources to refill it at? Okay. No dead ends on the other 2 rooms. That is our requirement here. This will get us another key, and stockpiling keys early, I think, is good. This will get us gems. Okay, we'll take the bedroom now. Should have entered this room first. Double value. Okay, running through this room is technically good. It's a freebie. We want this room. Otherwise, we've ended the run. That 1 gem. Oh, it's the silver key. Okay. That is a multi-door room. So we might, hopefully we don't have to spend that right away. We have some coins. And we're good on gems. So let's take the commissary. We'll look at what's for sale. We know what shovel do. We know what sledgehammer do and salt shaker. Compass, I don't think we've encountered before. That might be you get to I think that might have been reroll. You can reroll each room, which is super valuable if we can find more coins. Greenhouse ends the run. Going to take dining room there. We have gems, we have key. Let's do it. Let's get that compass for 1. I wonder if the implication is that post Marion's disappearance, that Herbert takes action, or somebody associated takes action to steal the royal jewels, and either to implicate Herbert, or Herbert is trying to redeem himself. Oh. Forgot to take that. That'll dead end us, but get us a buff. I think we're at 4 now. So, Diamondus Minor. Hey there, Donald. So we go back, we go around. By the compass for sure. And draw floor plans leading north more frequently. Okay. And hello, Lucifer. Welcome. It's been a pretty good day so far. Sleep has been a bit thrown off, but we're still on schedule. And we are playing a game called Blueprints. It's a roguelike puzzle exploration game. And shovel. We're not going to backtrack for that dirt patch we already encountered, but this gives us the possibility of extra items. We have a reroll if we get trapped. Chapel bleeds our money. Courtyard costs a gem, but we're likely to get dirt patches as well, and we get lots of doors. Okay, we got another coin. We got another coin. We technically have 2 keys. Oh, wow. Lunar has, over on the Twitch side, has given a massive spiel. I believe I did, Lucifer. Been a little bit, though, so it doesn't immediately come to mind. This will loop us across. This will veer us north. We'll take this to get some stamina. Do it. Silver key. And this would net us 3 doorways. Let's go hallway. It'll save us some gems. And the pantry already gets us up to the left side. Hold off on that key for a moment. We're gonna burn some stamina. Okay, every one of these doors is locked. Oh, that's really bad. Okay, guaranteed key in the music room. And a key card. What type of games do I play most? Um, kind of a variety. I like. So I like murder simulators. The Hitman game that we started playing on stream recently uh, is pretty fun. I really like that. Um, Games like Assassin's Creed and the Shadow of Lord of the Rings games. Uh, really just rampant brutality and exploration. I kind of like that. I like puzzles. Not all puzzles, but like A Little to the Left is fantastic. Unpacking, fantastic. This game, it's got exploration and puzzles. That's pretty cool. There's our coin. Denoted in verse. And that's a clef. 3 and 4. So that's 4 of them. And then we've also seen 7 and 6 and 7. Oh. The foundation does not reset each day. Really like it not to be positioned there. I mean, we might as well kind of go all in here and get ourselves a club sandwich. We got the monies. Okay, is this door locked? It is not. Okay, we have key card. Is that considered a special key? I think it's considered a special key, but is it one use? I don't have gems for that. Parlor it is. And a magnifying lens. Well, thank you for the follow, Lucifer. Two of these statements are true. If this is false, only one is. The statement on the blue box is true. So these could both be true. The gems are in a box with a true statement. Okay. If this one is true, then it in one other has to be true, which means that puts us at 2 of them. So if this one is true and this one is true, so if this one is true, then this one is true, which makes this one false, which means it's in the black box. If this one is false, then only one statement is true, which means this one is also false, which makes this one true, and thus it's the only one. Okay, the pantry, the subsequent one out of the pantry can let us continue because we could snake upward there. But we're going to use our key here because it gives us the most room. Ha, the rumpus room. What is it? Rumpus and brouhaha, and there are a couple of others that are generally just they're archaic terms that are smushed together in a, this is a snobby way to say like a fight broke out or similar, but they actually mean very specific things. In modern, a rumpus room is usually like a game room. But you generally don't call them rumpus rooms anymore. I suspect, if for no further reason than people don't want to say the word rump as far as rooms in their house. We're finding a lot of cash in this run. Okay, security gets us the most pathways with the least cost. Actually, no, it costs us a gem. We have lots of money, so chapel. The tithe is paid. What was another one in the murder simulator category? Prototype. I really liked. I liked Prototype a lot. It's got a bit of action game, open world exploration, mass murder, and also it's got the same vibe as the Carrion game. Horrible flesh monster, All the boxes are ticked. And we're stuck. Because we have no keys. Still a pretty good run. They do, actually. Arkham Asylum was pretty good. I don't know that I ever finished it, but... What do I think of Postal? I've never played Postal or the related games. There's a degree of crudeness to Postal, and I don't object to it fundamentally, but my tolerance for full-on crudeness in a game is limited. When I was younger, things like Duke Nukem were a little funny, but that has fallen off. Put another way, I appreciate the detail and artistry that is displayed in Ren and Stimpy, but I don't like it anymore. A beautifully presented fart joke is still a fart joke. All right, what do we got for our exterior room this time? We have no money for the shrine. If we open the garage door, the shrine might become useful again. We have no money for the trading post. Same thing as the shrine. We've never had the training post. We've never used the shrine. The bomb shelter would be increasingly useful if we get a lot of red rooms. But additionally, if we can figure out what date it is currently, we can set the timed safe to open. And if we get the shelter by that time, we can open the safe. Let's put the trading post here, because we've never used this room. A little too dangerous to pick up. But why? Oh, a puzzle box. Okay, the purple one rotates us. This resets. That's resetting. Okay. I think we want to get the yellows into the corners. Ah. You've been awarded an allowance token. Your allowance has permanently been raised by 2. Does that mean I start with 2 monies? See if there are any more freebies we can ransack here. Okay, we can trade items. We don't buy them. If we have a thing, we can swap it. All right, the presence of this with a number implies I can find more of them. And again, I think that I don't know. Feel free to tell me this one. But I think that is money that we start with. Hey, hallway would be a good one to start with. Den is kind of identical, though, so let's take Den. We're going to take Closet. If it gives us a actual item and not a token, then we can potentially trade it. Should have taken the gem because I could get security room early. Let's take another hallway. Type. Okay, we are going to grab this gem. Commissary, I don't need early, and it dead ends us. Same with pantry. So let's take the nook. Parlor would get us more gems. Assuming I don't screw up the puzzle. I haven't yet. I feel like it's a matter of time. The gems are in a box with a statement. So if this is true, it's not in white. The white box does not have a statement. One of these is false. This one can't be false. Because if it's false, that means there's a statement here. It doesn't. This is true. So this one is false. So it's in a box without a statement. Neat. Okay, this ends this part of the wing entirely. We kind of have to do one of these two. This would give us this would cost us a gem. And I don't know what the next constellation is. We gonna find out. Southern Cross. Rooms with 4 doors are more common today. Wonder what happens when you get to the end. Like, does it become random? Once again, we're probably going to find out. I don't feel a need to record... One second here, actually. What's the title? The Fixed Stars. Okay, that is a book that can appear in the library. Which means we don't need to check it out. The wheel there was like a micro puzzle. You're largely doing stream of consciousness as we play, folks. Feel free to chat or ask questions. I may lock in a little bit and not notice up front, but don't worry. I will try to get to it. Alright, a die and a key. We want pass-throughs or corners or something. Oof. Take the kitchen. Okay, reroll. 7 locked doors. How does that work? Okay. Okay. The implication here is that there are 3 doors on each wall. The side ones pass into adjacent rooms. But this is a lot of keys. It would take us 2 to fully utilize this room. This will eat our gem and only gives us 1 extra room, though. So we're going to take the Great Hall, and we can at least use the upward path. I would assume they have a dog. That is too big of a bowl to usually to be what they would show for a cat. Pantry wastes a passageway. Spare room would let us continue, and it also negates the need for one of the keys in the Great Hall. Commissary loops us around. Bedroom dead ends. Since we have no money, let's take the bedroom. We need to be cautious about this door. We can't take pantry. That ends the run. We can't afford cloister. And archives makes it hard to navigate. We're gonna spend our die. Storeroom dead ends. We wrecked it. It was a gamble. Womp womp. Been finding big piles of money. I'm gonna pick them up. I mean, worst case, there's some sort of like unlock or achievement or something that we get for picking up coins and whatnot, you know? All right, tell us how Great Hall works. Ah, if only I had a computer. Interesting. Okay, so you can't guarantee which doors lead to the exits. Neat. I had to see. Well, shame. The upgrade discs improve a room. It is at random, but small cottage. This is a fun game. I like this. The other type of puzzle, like for pure puzzle games, one of the types I like is nonograms. It's kind of like it's in the same world as Sudoku, that kind of stuff. One of the famous examples of it is Picross. Generally, it's you generate pixel images by solving the puzzle. We're going to take Tool Shed. It's the most likely to be good. Provides juice to battery-powered contraptions. I don't know what that do. Will occasionally unlock normal doors. So that lockpick is a good find. Is real good find. I believe Borderlands 4 has released. That was another game that I liked playing. I know a lot of people didn't like 3, but I didn't mind 3. I thought it was kind of fun. I don't disagree that the villains in 3 are a bit obnoxious, and of them, I feel like the plot progression in 3 was weaker. So, I like 3 better than 1, but 2 is better. Oh, this is new. Okay, yep, that's our coins per day. Master Simon, good morning. It has come to my attention that you have been granted a daily allowance to use while on the estate. If it is convenient to you, I will leave the required sum here in the entrance hall each morning. If there is anything else you require, please do not hesitate to ask. Even though we have all been requested to remove ourselves from the premises during your stay, I can assure you I am still personally overseeing that the estate is at least operating at a baseline standard of service, and that I hope you will one day come to it. That I hope you will one day come to hope. Standard of service that I hope you will one day come to expect of us. Flowery. Probably don't need to. That's just an explanation of the allowance thing. Let's take the gem. We're going to walk in and take the gem. Because if I don't, we can't spend it on a gem if we find a door that needs one. Oh. Huh. Buy keys. It's going to dead end us either way, and while I haven't seen that room, I'd rather go for the double item. Gem and a shovel, that was worth it. Spare room goes straight through. This gives us some options. Let's take the hallway. Let's get some other rooms off of this one. Kitchen loops us into the hallway. Pantry loops us into the hallway. Parlor gives us more gems. And we get to try our luck at the puzzle again. We have still not failed. The box next to this box contains gems. This would imply the white box. Both boxes next to this box contain gems. This would, if this one is true, I'm sorry, this one can't be true because it says 2 contain gems. That means neither box next to this one contains gems. The box next to this box is true. One of these has to be false. So I would assume that this is the false one, which means this is true and this is true. Oh no, that this is false. These two can be false and this can be true. If this one is false, then it contains the gems. Like, it has to. Okay. Feel like drawing room would be a good use. May draw new plans. Maximizing pathways. Hey there, Dodds. Welcome. Folks, if you do see me, if you hear me talking to somebody that you can't see in chat, means they're in one of the other 2 chats. I don't have chat on screen because people can't be trusted. Chapel costs me money, but I have very little money right now. That is true. An alternative explanation could be that I am hallucinating. I could be viewed as an AI, and that is apparently a term people are using for being wrong. Nook lets us continue there. This will retake some stamina, but since we lack keys, key is more valuable right now. Hey there, Wiz. Yeah, Schmuggums, that is... So, the rule, Schmuggums, is that you cannot present aggregated chat, because apparently that would reduce the quality of the experience of the Twitch chat, because they expect Twitch chat to get the same amount of attention. And I find that to be really weird, because aggregating the chat means everybody gets the same experience. Okay, this would loop me back around. But it's just as good as the other options, and getting the security room is good. Because, well, let's, so this is unless they are handwritten. If it's any good news, not only will the AI bubble pop, but I'm looking into tech, and I'm thinking we're going to have a chip crash in years, so AI won't be a problem for long. Yeah, there's always a hype bubble. Keycard system. Okay, we set the security level to low, so we reduce keycard doors, and we change offline mode to unlock. This is if we get the circuit breaker room and we can get back here. Hey there, BQ. Welcome. If it is not apparent, we are playing Blueprints. Okay, we are going to go back to here and across. We're going to go to the hallway. This dead ends it. This dead ends it. This gives us resources, at least. So normally you only get 1 coin here. The floppy disk upgraded this room, and one of my choices was 10 coins from this room, as opposed to 2 keys or 2 gems. I went for the 10 coins. Just getting this room facilitates all of the shops. We have a shovel, lockpicks, and a battery pack. If we get outside... no, okay, we don't have the trading post this time. Never mind. So we'll go parlor. So you can't show aggregated chat on screen is weird. It makes no sense, but that is actually their concession. Prior to that statement, they had actually forbidden multi-streaming. And for that period, I stopped streaming on Twitch. Oh, there's our keycard door. Come on, useful. Not useful. Well, I mean useful, but... we're not going to touch this yet. We only have 2 keys. We have to take the corridor here. Yeah, a lot of people were pretty offended by their action there. Yeah, Schmuggums, it varied over time. I believe if you were monetized at all, it hit you. Pantry would loop us back. Let's push forward with this one. While we're standing here, we might as well go through. Let's go this way. Book coupon. Or coupon book. uh, okay. For a request form, I want history of Verindia. That is apparently the a reference to the country that this takes place in, but it's also by Caleb Manning, and this is Marigold's first book. Oh, I want that. I want the first book. History of Arindia, I still want to know, but her first book, she is plot important. They're them forbidding lockpick kit. Okay, servants' quarters is one of the tricky ones. Because you want there to be a lot of bedrooms already. This would get me 1 key for 1 gem if I take it. But if I had, like, the bunk beds in the house, that would be 2 keys, and more and more. We're just going to take the gems. Around, make sure they're not hiding another doodad, like a dirt pile. Worthless old shoe. Kind of preferred the brick. Twitch lives in a really weird space for streaming. They are still viewed as the primary location, and in some ways superior to YouTube streaming, which is weird to me. Not that they're considered the primary. That's still plausible. You're going to have to backtrack. But it's more that they started first, they got a lot of popularity, and it feels like they really didn't think through their business model. And in the last few years, they have been thrashing around trying to become more profitable. So we've seen things like them encouraging a ridiculous number of ads per stream to very little value or a random amount of value. Oh, we haven't seen the pool before. Adds locker room, sauna, and pump room to the draft pool. Well, that's the thing. It's the way Amazon works for the money that you can spend, or the money that is spent on it, is that they or another way, Amazon's resources cost the individual group money as well. Twitch is paying for their AWS server traffic to the other teams on Amazon. And the cost of that, to my understanding, Amazon is still just straight up eating. Most of their advertisements on Amazon are for Amazon stuff, like their TV shows and similar. They have been trying to broaden out and trying to get more ad traffic. They have added more subscription models to try to mitigate ads, while simultaneously encouraging additional ads to kind of feed the loop. So they're getting their feet under them, but they kind of have to. YouTube, on the other hand, kind of has their monetization model already established as they head into streaming. Draft pool is your deck. The odds of drawing a specific floor plan differ depending on the room. If it says it adds floor plans, that doesn't persist unless it states otherwise. And no running. Well, we have dead-ended. These are both keycard doors. Which we have no breaker room to kill the keycard doors. We got really hit hard for keycard doors, for those being at rank 4. Rank 4 and low security. The odds were against those doors appearing. YouTube does have a little infamy right now for the way channels are brought down. The bandwidth difference, it's going to depend on how they do it. So like I mentioned for Twitch, it's the Twitch team pays another team for their services. If Google says these are our servers and we have decided that YouTube is going to be a thing, then it is thing. Didn't notice this note before. So they could just say this is a cost for us and not we are paying a per usage server price to you. Remain where you are for now. Given that the Red Guard is due tomorrow, we've agreed your plan and disabled remote access to other terminals and have sealed the network mainframe. Hello, Car. Welcome. We're playing some blueprints today. It's lore-heavy, navigation-heavy, puzzle-heavy. I only ask, don't give me spoilers. You can hint at something that I missed in a room, but don't tell me what it is. Like, if I didn't see something, you can say, you missed something in the last room, but not, you missed the coat rack in the last room. That kind of thing. If I ask explicitly, you may answer if you know the answer. All of this falls under the don't be rude rule. So this was an order because the Red Guard were there. They disabled remote access so that they wouldn't have access to the full network. Regardless of the danger, I am still not willing to risk removing shelter from the draft pool while the three of you are down there. Our best bet is to sit tight and hope for a little bit of luck. Okay. This is saying there were 3 people that hid in the bomb shelter, but that the bomb shelter was left in the pool. I don't know. What I'm guessing is that the weird nature of this place, the assumption was that it would be dangerous to leave them in there with the bomb shelter unable to appear in the household. They don't know what that would do if they removed it from the deck while they were still in there. The fact that the mechanism that we are using to navigate is a real thing in this world. Like, that's how this house works, is neat to me. I do enjoy worlds in fiction where game mechanics are real. So lit RPG is a genre. And what lit RPG is, it's usually RPG mechanics, but what it means is that in the rules of the world of the book, game mechanics are real. So classes and levels are real things that people are aware of. Often it's presented as there is a stat screen. You can pull up your stats. We walk in, we grab the gem out of the den. We have the car keys in the coat check, which is great, but I don't know that we're going to find... Oh, man. I want the key and the gem and the money. Konosuba in particular. I haven't watched enough of Goblin Slayer to know if they actually have levels and whatnot. I know they have a lot of fantasy world tropes, but I didn't recall them actually having... okay. Yeah. That kind of thing is often true. The ID card of Konosuba, those kind of things. That is a whole genre, and the thing is people are aware. And sometimes it is explicit, like, those XP points are a thing. Ben Croshaw, Yahtzee of Zero Punctuation fame, wrote one, and in it, the system of... So, it was an actual MMO, but the NPCs had gained a degree of sentience. And in that world, the way that they interacted with players was that the... Mogworld. Was that they had essentially little books that if an NPC wrote a number in it, you got XP points. If an NPC said you got money, they would write in that little coupon book, hey, you earned this much from this quest, and they would take that to a particular location where NPCs would give them goods and services in exchange for the points. Which, again, neat. Let's take the gems. Well, let's attempt to obtain gems. Now, the lit RPG genre is also very prone to a particular problem. If you're familiar with the Reborn as a Spider isekai, that is also lit RPG. A lot of isekai are lit RPG, but not all lit RPG are isekai. That one has the same problem, and that's eventually the rules of the RPG system tend to fall apart or cease to be relevant. It is a rule of the world, but they start to ignore that it means anything. The worst example of that I can think of is solo leveling. They introduce the concept of levels and strength, and the fact that the main character can level and advance. That ceases to matter very quickly as far as the main character is concerned. Yes, they do still engage with the mechanic, they show it happening, but main character is strongest, beats everybody. It doesn't matter what abilities they have. Okay, this says the white box is true. If the white box is true, then if it has the word white in it, it's true. So this one is true, and this one is true. But that would make this one true. One of these can't be true. This one, it says always true. Always is a modifier to that. This says they are always true. If it's false, they can be false, but they're not all false. So if the black one is false, then the white one is false, which makes this one true. If this one is false, then they're not here, but they could be in the blue or the black, so it doesn't tell us anything. If this one is true, if this one is true, then they're just in the white box, which makes one of these others true. So this can't be true in that case, which could make this one true or false. It's more that solo leveling says the rule of the world is that your power level is fixed. And that rule isn't broken. Once your power level is determined by the system, that is what you have. You have abilities and power commensurate to that. And that the main character is super weak. But through a ridiculous trial, the main character is granted the ability to level up. They gain that power. Cool, that's an interesting concept. But as a result of that, they begin power leveling, and they get super powerful by themselves, thus solo leveling. Once they gain a particular power, I don't know if you've watched it, I'll leave it out even if you don't care about the spoiler, but it's an early spoiler. Once they gain a particular power, they are pretty much automatically stronger than everybody else. They're already able to directly, like just themselves, match pretty much everybody else in the world. The power that they add is ridiculous and lets them go even beyond that. So the fact that they can level a core conceit doesn't really matter anymore. At all. So you've removed a core world concept and also a novel genre concept. It would be like you start playing Dark Souls and you lose, like, you have to spend things to upgrade at particular stations and you drop them if you die. If you die again without getting them, you lose that. Those two things are core conceits of the gameplay concept. If subsequently you gain an ability or you reach a point in the game where it says, yeah, you don't drop stuff when you die anymore, at all, ever, it's not like a single-use power-up, then why did you have that system in the first place? Oh, okay, that one just says they're in the white box. If this one is false, they're not. They're all, like, every statement. Like, if this one is true, they're all true. This one has to be false. So the the minimum false is accounted for. This can't mean that they're always false. And that's not what it means. It's, if they were always false, don't worry about it, Schmuggums. I can derail myself. I chose to derail and join the conversation. That's why we move through our coding streams at like 1/3 pace. This one has to be false. So that doesn't tell us anything other than these two can be true. But if this one has to be false, this one is false as well. This one is true, so it's got to be in here. Puzzle has yet to beat me. We have plenty of gems. This gives us 3 passageways. I'm sorry. This one gives us 2 new passageways. These get us 1. We don't need the money. This grants us no extra benefit. This costs us gems. But I'm going to spend the gems, because we have 4, in order to maximize our chances for something good here. Okay, this would give us security room, which is real valuable. I'm going to take security room. For one, it gives us a terminal. If we get another floppy disk, we make a beeline for this room. Ever wonder why it's a beeline? Like, when people say beeline, they mean move in a straight path. But I've personally never seen a bee move in a straight path. Like, they're headed somewhere, but they don't move in a straight line. It's kind of like saying as the crow flies is a straight line. I guess what they're meaning is as if I am not impeded by the ground. But, like, I'd more believe as the crow flies to mean straight line. We are over-analyzing old sayings. There's also the possibility that the term bee at the time that the that is true. Angry bees go right for you. Maybe that's what it means. Angry bees. Okay, we have a dead end room. This would spend our last gem, but this is... What was our... Wish I could see our outside room. Oh, we took bomb shelter. If we take furnace, then we're still good here. I'm going to put the lab down. The lab is now connected to a power conduit room. This is relevant because of this. We want this turned on. I'll have to get my notepad. We solved this puzzle. I'll just get my notepad out and I'll transcribe it. For a while, we were playing a murder mystery game. I can't recall the name. It's probably in my archive of YouTube VODs. Shameless plug, watch my old archive of YouTube VODs. Where the gimmick was you were like a crime scene investigator. Like you were there at a moment frozen in time after a murder. And you had to reconstruct the series of events based on the clues. And at the end of the level, you would have to answer a series of questions, and you would be scored based on the accuracy. Okay, and we're going to take this. And my joke that I would post to, at the time, Twitter, it has since been purged from Twitter, was how many pages of notes we wrote each session. And it was often like tens of pages, you know? We would usually get at least 10 pages a night of like top to bottom, fill it with lines kind of notes. That we are going to add a note. And the lab puzzle is push 3 up after 9. Is that the only thing you have to do? I don't know. But that is a composite of the letters of the elements that are indicated here. Or any other things we can nab to screenshot here. This is another note that one, it's Cinca Labs. This is another reference to the Cinca company, both with the cameras and also we screenshotted another note that references them. But this is a marker that the rooms in the house actually work the way that we are seeing. There is something about the house that changes its layout every day, and as a person is navigating the rooms, the next room is something they select from a set of them. They don't know which room they're going to get. And there is some mechanism within the house for determining which rooms can appear that day. This is a person saying, I didn't expect that I couldn't get to my workstation for a week. I remember a joke that was essentially an Umbrella Corp employee complaining that somebody was moving the red key around and not putting it back. Taking screenshots of the notes. Let's get a screenshot of the periodic table in case we need it again. This doesn't work unless it gets power from the boiler room. And to get power from the boiler room, we need to connect these conduits to it. So we need, like, conduits continuing on from here, which conduits continue through the four-way halt passageway. That's a good room. I can't remember if Dark Room has a conduit though. But I kind of don't want to spend the reroll, and Dark Room is not a super painful. Okay, it has conduit. Good. Let's not go through the Dark Room yet. Dark Room is random selection. Unless we turn on the power in the circuit breaker room. We still lack gems. Okay, we have to pick a straight through that limits the dark room to having one door, but this is never locked. Corridor does not have locks. Both of these are heading to the right. We'll give our stamina boost. This will tell us what the dark room exit is. Hey, free apple. Munch, munch, munch. Okay. I don't want another red room, but I also don't want to end the run. Oh, but the library will give us her first book. I really want to know what that machine does, but we're not guaranteed to get a boiler room. This guarantees that we get the book we wanted. Or one of the books we wanted. This is her first book. Oh, here's us. Oh, okay. We know what day it is now. Knowing this day, we're going to be able to know all subsequent days. Oh. So, if we look through here, here's Herbert Sinclair. That is the... I think he's a baron? The grandfather, the one that owned this place. Can't remember Miss Peterson, who that is. She checked it out twice. Then Simon, that's us as a child. You can see the very... trying really hard to write. Miss Peterson, again, she's checked it out 3 times. And Babbage, who is the caretaker of the place. You know, she runs the day-to-day. This is Detective Von Margle. So Marion was involved in some political scuffle. She is implicated in a bombing, all kinds of stuff, and she disappears. This tells us it is November 21st. We know which day we are on. So we can correlate November 21st with which day, and thus we know that if we get the shelter 2 days in a row or X days in a row, or X days out, we can set when the safe will unlock and wait for it to open. Hooray. Swimbird. I am a dare bird, a daring and brave bird. Diving so deep, bird, a ride on the wave, bird. It's a very determined expression. There is not a dare I would not do. There is not a depth I would not dive to. Very smirky expression on the right. However, my friends are not very open to the idea that I like the sky less than the ocean. Bird in the sky, not in the sea. That is what they say when looking at me. You are not seabird, you are not swimbird. If you are friend bird, fly in the wind, bird. And shouldn't you always listen to friends? For they know best, or so they pretend. So I dare not dive, I dare not swim, and I dare not set foot in the ocean again. Oh, it's kind of sad. And I dare not smile, and I dare not laugh, for they will do it for me and on my behalf. And I dare not dream, and I dare not speak, for maybe my friends won't like the real me. This is getting increasingly real. And I will say goodbye to my dreams in the sea, and wonder why daring feels just like defeat. Children's book. Okay, the important part of this is this listing right here. So, that listing. Okay, we have a screenshot of it. 1, the existence of Detective Von Margle, as well as November 21st, 93, telling us what the day is. So day 15 is November 21st, 93. Right? November 21st. That's day 15. Good point. Now, it's either today, the day the book was given to me, or yesterday, the day that I requested it. I think both of those are valid interpretations. Might as well use the key here. Doesn't do anything for us. Oh. I need to know what time it is currently. It is 11 o'clock. We are going to set it for 1 o'clock. I don't know how fast we're moving here. Hey there, Laura. Tell us what time it is. Did the notes I sent you about setting up arrays in C# or events in C# make sense, Laura? Now we wait. What goes there? Clickable. I think that's the room we're in. No? Doesn't make sense. Ah, okay, it's the room we're highlighting. And that gives us help about it. I don't know what that red note is. Oh, I wonder if that's the red note that we found in the safe. The red letter, number 4. This may take a while. So how's everyone doing? Amber? Hey. Her ear scratches while we wait to see if the safe unlocks. I probably should have set it to 12. But at this point, we know 1 was at least an hour ahead, so we'll just wait and find out. I have another theory on what might be causing my model to hitch like it just did. Though I wonder if that's not what... No, that's actually what's happening. Is there's a plugin for OBS that might be out of date and causing some problems. That is one possibility. I wonder. We'll see if it keep going. Oh, it's still going. Oof. Did I make it worse? I think I made it worse. Oh, I think I set output. Okay. I think that's actually the issue because doing that made it worse. Okay. We will attempt to update later. Ember's on my shoulder. She will periodically rub her head against my right earphone or lick at it. For those wondering, again, we have set the safe to unlock on what we think is today. If it doesn't unlock at some point while we're waiting, then we know that it was actually the prior day was the 21st, as opposed to the current day. Right. Yeah, November 21st, not December 11th. The clock moves relatively slowly but visibly. I don't know how long it takes for an in-game hour to pass. So we're waiting. This is super engaging gameplay, folks. Does this actually lead me where I need it to go? Ba, ba, ba. Like, like, if we can tell how old that is. Well, I'll have it ready. I'll have it ready for next time. Check that, and while we wait, check that. Now, I could have tested by entering November 20th, because if I enter November 20th, I can tell if it's in the past. Well, no, it will only open. It doesn't say that it will fail to set it. Do. Let's see. What else has been going on? They released the latest Helldivers patch. Very interesting. I probably won't play much of the content. I don't prefer the bug faction. I appreciate that there are those that do, and I do not begrudge them the new content at all. If anything, it gives me ongoing hope that Arrowhead will continue to add cool new stuff. And the idea of the underground levels is a neat variation on the whole gameplay loop. Exactly, Laura. It'll be very cool watching other people do it. Ta-da! Dear Uncle, the disappearance of my cousin Mary has long sat unfavorably with me and my father, and I will freely admit to you that the chilly airs of indifference you may have felt in my presence can be attributed entirely to the suspicions that I have harbored for these past years. Suspicions entirely aimed at yourself. And while I have never had the opportunity to prove it, I felt very strongly that you had some deeper involvement in those events 4 years ago. The circulating rumors of those months did nothing but further reinforce my convictions in this fact. Those of us that are once bitten are twice shy, and I am aware of the cost my aggressively aloof behavior has had on the social standing of our family. I do not apologize for my actions, though I am now willing to admit that the conclusions I reached may have been flawed. Last week, I had a confidential conversation with one of our mutual acquaintances, a conversation that has shed more light on this mystery than all of my father's countless fruitless inquiries over the years. I now have reason to believe that you were in fact responsible for smuggling my cousin under cover of night across the red border to the southern seafront, and I believe this may have occurred in September, a full 7 months after she was reported missing, a date that coincides not with her public disappearance in February, but instead with the notable theft of the ruby crown. If the Blackwater insurgents were in fact responsible for the heist, as some have claimed, I believe this scenario entirely plausible, and the fact that 2 of the crown's 8 rubies have now surfaced has given me renewed optimism that she is still alive, safe, and finally free. Perhaps my willingness to accept such a sensational story betrays my own desperation. Desperation for answers, desperation for hope, and desperation for a narrative in which you are not the villain. In that distant land we all dream of, the land where the strangling crimson curtains draped across our sky are pulled back and the windows and shutters of discontent flung wide open, in that distant land I pray one day to find our Marion safe, happy, and absolved. Okay, so where is it? In the boudoir. So this is note 7. In the boudoir safe, we have note 4. And that's what these are. These notes are critical tokens. Okay. I feel good about that. My intuition was correct. Ah. I like that you can go and find this tent out in the grounds. The tent you stay in overnight because you can't be on the manor grounds at night. I have to assume it's some horrible 3-dimensional sliding block puzzle that happens in the manor overnight. Okay. The lore value of the bomb shelter is now accomplished. It still has a functional value in the presence of a terminal, but the urgency to take it for the purposes of getting the safe is reduced. Tool shed is just good. Gives us this time magnifying lens and sledgehammer. So we don't need keys for padlock trunks now, which is good. Should actually think about using the you know what? We're going to be a little brave. We're going to take the 10 coins as our first room here. A lot of flexibility for subsequent rooms. Coat check would give us the car keys again, which amounts to a free kind of relic item. This gives us another key. Keys are valuable. This gives us more gems. Gems also valuable. Let's go for the gems. I have to assume I'm eventually going to be defeated by this puzzle. Only one box is true. Only one box contains gems. That is true. Gems are in the white box. These cannot all be true. This one can't be false. This is a rule of the game. This is a rule of the puzzle. is only one box contains gems. So this is true. This can be false or true. This can be false or true. Okay. If this one is false, then the gems aren't in the white box. It can be in either of them. It doesn't give us any idea. If this one is false, then 2 boxes are true, which makes these true, which makes the gem be in the white box. So if this one is true, then this one can't be true. This one is false. 2 boxes are true. So these are true. It's in the white box. Kitchen would lead us right. Need to eat a gem for it, but it stops us from dead-ending one of our only 2 pathways. What's on the menu today? A banana sandwich and bacon and eggs. We haven't had bacon and eggs yet. We're not going to spend our money on it yet either. Den would be a good choice. And it doesn't eat one of our gemstones. It will profit a gemstone going this route. So another thing is, as we're finding these notes, we are finding rubies. And that is referenced in this one. Yeah, the crown's 8 rubies, and there are very likely to be 8 notes. Do what with buttons? Okay, we can pick any of these. This one's effectively worthless, but it doesn't cost a gem. I really should record what the star set is, but we're going to go with commissary because we might be able to get something good. These change. So last time it was with pine tree without match. Now it's with deer without tag with 10. I don't know what those are supposed to mean. Okay, we can get a gem. We can get a key. Shovel is most valuable to us. Shovel can get us more items in any room we enter. Any room can have dirt patches. Yeah, that is the pace of time passing in this game. Courtyard eats another gem. Yeah, let's go for it. Gives us a green room. We have a sledgehammer to knock open the chest. We get a coin. Smashy, smashy. Oh, wow. Grab bag. Store contain. The laboratory we don't want to put there because we don't have any conduit connection to it. Drawing room gives us another path. Costs a gem, but the drawing room also gives us more new options. We can run back to the Nook. Let's do it. if we stay at lower levels, then we are less likely to get locked doors and key cards and all of that fun. Okay, this will take us straight across. That doesn't dead end, and we get some stamina back, which we really do want to have happen. If we have to backtrack through this room again, we will... This neutralizes the cost of going through it. You get a you get a net positive going through this room. Again, if I don't get the boiler room to the left of the lab or connected by conduits, then we lose that opportunity, but it is what it is. Oh, keycard. Worth. Very much worth. I think that's a fair trade. I wish I could have that room. I wish I could have the security room. Refusing to take it doesn't get rid of it, though. This will give us a surge of stamina, which we are going to need. Also worth. Room configurations that let us go north are more common now. The garage is worth 3 keys. Pantry lets me continue, but I can't take the garage because it takes gems. We have enough keys that this doesn't feel painful. We lack gems. We have an abundance of coins. This will bleed some of them, but it is what it is. That room's a dead end now. Oh, hey. Makes up for the chapel tax a little bit. Take the boudoir entrance. Any freebies in the ladies' room? Her ladyship's room. Oh, hey. The crown ruby counts as a gem every time you enter one of these rooms that you've unlocked it. We might as well. This would give me a free coin. This will give me car keys. This will give me something. Sorry, that would give me a free gem. When you enter each bedroom with the sleep mask, we get 5. Okay, we are going to get some extra stamina back. So, lose another coin. So we are going to run immediately south to the guest room here, because the sleeping mask gives us 5 stamina for entering a bedroom for the first time with the sleeping mask. So we get 2 for entering this one and 5 for the mask. Okay, so the backtrack did not cost us anything now. And we have a great deal of money that we can potentially burn at the commissary as well. I don't think we need to spend coins at the kitchen. So we could get another key. That's pretty expensive. But I'm going to say key and gem to put us at 2 of each. Keys inevitably become a problem. If we get the security room, since we have the key card, we set it to high security. Billiards is another puzzle. Secret passage would let us open a door to a room of any color, but we want to be in this area anyway. I can't remember what the billiards puzzle gives us. We're going to take library. This gives us less common rooms, and it also lets us check out another book. Ooh, and it has a box in it. Smashy. Okay, we're good for gems. Okay, we checked out Swimbird. The fixed stars is one that we've already seen. Okay, History of Arindia, I think, is going to be valid. Caleb Manning is mentioned in some of the papers that we've read in the archive and similar. Wow. Dead end. It ends the run, but 40 monies. Hey, we haven't been to the foyer. You don't put traps in the foyer. The foyer is a safe place. Okay. Well, we haven't been to the office before. It's going to eat more of our gems. This is going to put more coins around, which we've already spent a lot of coins. We've already hit the merchants and whatnot, so... breaker box. This would get us a big chunk of stamina back. This would be plus 10. Breaker box, though, lets us... So we want key cards on. VAC indicators. I don't know what the VAC indicators are. We're going to turn the gym off. We're going to make sure the garage is on if we decide to visit that. Dark room is on. I can't remember if the dark room being on prevents the lights from going out, or if turning it off negates its ability to turn the lights out. We about to find out. Oh. That only gives me one route, though. We turned off the gym, so this doesn't hurt us. We're going to take the gym. The gym normally has a... it's like a reverse bedroom. It is a tax to enter it. Wine cellar dead ends this route and gives us a pile of gems. We'll spend a gem. It'll get us more money. Get 8 more monies, which is a lot. And I didn't touch this before. Can I touch this? Insert coin. Is it Zoltan the Great?
And as it was foretold,
Uh,
I am awakened
oh.
to the sound of a dropping coin.
Spooky.
You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me to look into your future. The image is becoming clear.
And that is us looking at a blueprint.
I
Oh, wow.
see a boy standing on a shore of white sand. He is looking for something.
That is what we're doing.
Would not find. I
Kitty.
see a black cat tied to a red flag. I hear the wind blowing, but the flag does not stir. I see a door marked by a rogue moon. A door that is always locked, yet has no key. It is the door you have been searching for, yet will not find. A lost room beyond the dark waters. What you have heard here has been foreseen
Interesting.
by the great Alzara.
Neat.
Till the dawn of the following day, I will have nothing more to say.
All right. You can only talk to him once a day. There is an implication that there is, like, he progressively reveals more to you. Dead end. This will still allow us to move upward. If this blocks us, if this darkens, then what's going to happen is, well, we could run back to the utility closet and flip the lights back on. But it doesn't really get us anything. So dining room it is. If we get to rank 8, so if we get up this far, we can come back to the dining room to get food. We're going to spend a bit of stamina. Run over here. We're going to see what this room is. Well, we're definitely not taking lavatory, and I don't want to spend a gem, so billiards room. All right, so let's see. 8. Okay, yeah, they all increase in difficulty over time. So that's 9 plus 1, that's 10, that's 16. All right, that's 13 minus 6, so that's 7, minus 2, so we're at 5. 14 minus 7, so we're at 7 times 2, which is 14. 5 minus 1, that's 4 times 2, so we're at 8. Oh, secret garden key. Okay, if we encounter a locked door, we can try that key, and ostensibly, it will take us to a secret garden. Is that the right use of ostensibly? Dead end us. Archive hides one room from us. Gems it is. It's blocked, but we get 2 doors out of it. Laundry room blocks that pass. We might as well take the east wing hallway here. Gives us a faster path back to the dining room. I am seeing some stutter in the game. I don't know what the cause of that might be. Well, we don't have a gem, and we're not dead-ending ourselves. So we'll take the maid's chamber there. This is 6 one way, half a dozen the other. Oh, I didn't get a picture of this last time. All right. We don't know everybody here. We've seen the guy with white hair and spectacles. We've seen the 2 maids before. I believe that's Miss Babbage. We don't know who the guys in hats are. I would assume that Sinclair has taken the picture because he's older in all of the pictures that we see, and he seems to like the cameras. This would be the era of wait for the camera, but that actually is a newer looking style of camera. This guy is either like the driver, that is an outfit that could line up with that, or he's like military. It is the, if you want to go to the funeral, you can just talk to your boss. Whenever items would be spread throughout the house, they are placed here instead. This is very valuable if you get things like the office or similar. Because instead of having to run around the house finding things, they go here. Some special rooms allow you to spread items throughout your house. When items are spread, they are immediately placed in several of the rooms that are currently there. However, if you have a conference room, spread items gather here instead. It's not just that one goes to the conference room, it's that all that would have gone go here. We have notepads, and there is a red note. Ooh. That was not the safe code in the boudoir, so this is a different safe. Reminder, after a meeting adjourns, take all conference notes and place them in the office safe. Well, if we get enough gems and we get the office again... Okay, I need to see what the secret garden is. Oh, not found. Interesting. Well, this will blind our passage. We can't afford it, but I could have re-rolled. Y for Bell? Oh, we got rank 8. Okay, so we're going to run down here to the dining room, then across... Okay. What was on the menu? Eesh. Lemon glazed salmon. Charbroiled Cajun spice salmon, lemon butter sauce, served over spinach leaf. It does sound kind of good. 20 steps, extra 10 if you have an aquarium. I'll just take the 20 now. Now we run over to the gymnasium. Thought I saw something. Pivot down here. We run over to the breaker box. We flip the dark room back on. And we jog up through here to the billiards room. Here, left here, straight through to the dark room where the lights are on again. Really wish we had keycard doors. It says the secret garden is hard to find. Nope. I think we've made it as far as we can on this run. Checking. We are 1 monies short to be able to go back to the commissary and get a key. Too bad. Still, progress. A sizable manor. And we added, let's see, conference room and foyer. Now we know... Oh, wait. This is not the safe code. It's a red typed note. That's not what the safe code is. Yeah, it's typed. Huh. We're doing it. We'll do the hovel. Notice of termination. Dear Mr. Ravane, your half-hearted dedication and maintenance of the grounds have been greatly appreciated. However, I regret to inform you that your services as the groundskeeper at Mount Holly will no longer be required effective immediately. This decision has been made after careful consideration and is based upon repeated observations and documented instances of neglect in the performances of your duty. The state of the green rooms in particular has deteriorated significantly over the last few months, which reflects poorly on the rest of the staff. You are required to vacate the hovel by the 20th of March, ensuring all tools and equipment belonging to the estate are returned to the tool shed in good condition. Your final wages will be settled promptly upon completion of these instructions. We thank you for your time and service, and wish you the best in your future endeavors. Is a very businesslike, you're bad at your job, get out. There's our second. Nice. Oh, you're right, Lunar. That's not necessarily the office code. That could be a different code, or something that isn't a safe. Interesting. Both of these were gas lines to heating elements that feed back to the to the gas lines there. So if you, instead of it activating the stove or the burner in the schoolroom, it is piped over this way. Progress, things happening. Now, it's also possible we need 2 more because of these. I'm going to assume 2 more. Oh, maybe I should have taken the foundation. If I took the foundation, I wonder if that would have opened up a jump into the middle of the house pathway through one of those underground doors. Freebie on stamina early. Let's take that. We can do a little song and dance here. It doesn't cost me to run back and forth through this room. Come on, give me good relics. That's not what I was hoping for, but okay. We'll take the parlor for gems. Wait, I don't need gems. Womp womp. We are going to draft a lot of bedrooms this time. Well, oh, hey, okay. Still paid off. This is false. This is false. This is true. The statements on one of the other 2 boxes would be true if you replace the word every with the word this. That's still false. This is true if it was this box contains gems. Still undefeated. Okay, if I go in here, I spend 1, get +2. Okay. It's just that it is a net 0 as far as stamina to go through that room. This is... You may draw new floor plans while drafting this. So ones we haven't been to are more likely to appear here. They do. It has been getting increasingly twisty. This is a gamble. If I take this to get the car keys back... Wait a minute. Okay, that's what it meant. Okay, we're going to take the lab here. And we're going to hope that we can connect to the boiler room. This creates another dead end. This is a real gamble if we take it, but it's valuable. It's our Red Prince book. There is banana. Okay, if we dead end here, then the run is hosed. Oh. One that zoomed in on that. Yeah. Okay, the terminal password is Swan Song. That might only be. No, it worked in the other room too. Did I mistype it? I can type. There we go. I mistyped it. It is all caps. Okay. All right. Ideally, we get a straight through here. We have to take courtyard. We get a sledgehammer. That's nice. That will reduce the cost in keys of navigating around if we find boxes. Can't take that one. This one doesn't do a lot for us. We have some money. Probably should have taken the other. How you like the emotes there, Wizzy? Sleeping mask would be great. Same with salt shaker, shovel. They're all good. Can't take pantry, can't take observatory. Has to be hallway. All right, we're branching out again. We're potentially recovering, but we really need some bedrooms. Ooh. Take the den here. No problem, Wizzy. I mean, a lot of folks like to lurk in the channel. I've been told people like to hear me narrate what's happening. I only have one. That's expensive for it. And that's not a lot for money, period. Nook will give us a key. Corridor is definitely unlocked. We're gonna take too bad. Oh well. It's this cuts off one of the den paths. Soothing? Yeah, that's a word. And that is effectively what I have been told, Wizzy. If we take a dead end here, that is the only route. I don't want to spend 6 stamina. I'll burn money. We can't afford to backtrack much right now. The hovel is a real gambit. Security will have a dead end. Security is valuable, though. Yeah, let's go. I want to find the pump room. We don't have the key card yet. Oh, wow. 20 extra steps tomorrow. If we got the hovel with that, that'd be great. Classic. Ooh, and a key. Okay. We're still in the game. I feel like this cannot be good for pencil or ink sketches, whether they're on canvas or not, being that close to a steam room and a pool. Again, we don't have keycard yet, so we're going to... We're going to set it to low, and we're going to set offline to unlock. It's... We want it to be on high if we have the keycard or if we have turned off the keycard system and we've set them to unlocked in doing so. Okay, this will end us. This will end us. This gives us one more room. Oh, well. We get to see the office. Which we have not been in up until now. I presume the office safe would have one of the red letters. Bingo. We just have to... Okay, we take that back to security. We don't go through a door. Bridget, please check in any books matching these titles. Check if any books matching these titles are available for purchase in Reddington. What is your favorite all-time game? Oh. Okay, as of now, if I had to pick one that has been one of the best experiences, I'm going to say Tunic. I can think of others that have their own merit, but Tunic is fantastic. It's just so engaging in several ways. Flight of the Red Queen, March of the Count, Fall of the Lord, Passing of the Barons, Herrings of the Major. Okay, the ones in red... Had a little trouble reading the Baron's writing, so I am not sure if the last title is intended to be hearings or herrings, but knowing Herbert, I suspect either would be suitable. Okay, the titles of these books and the fact that some are written in red are relevant. Those are wires. Give me my upgrade. Okay. We'll now have a chance to permanently enhance this room to one of 3 different upgraded floor plans. Always have a key, a locked trunk, or there will be more hallways in the next draft. Ooh. Hallways in a draft can be really good, but I feel like we get key starved more often than not. The antechamber lever in the greenhouse is broken again. I don't think there is enough time to put in another work order before Simon arrives, so make sure the west in lowercase and east in capitals levers are operational. Who those folks are, but After running this process, checks will be placed in each staff member's room. This includes each servant's quarters and maid's chambers. I wonder if doing that puts some sort of money and note in subsequent rooms, in those red rooms, because most of the servants' rooms are reds. Okay. This is... That is 20 days ago. So that's before we started. You have not left me any instructions for the following week, and you know how much I hate leaving critical plans up until the last minute. As soon as you decide on definite plans for the holidays, please pass a message on to me, either through Hartley, who is valeting for you this weekend, or if you absolutely insist, through this confounded electronic typewriter. Gabe, yes, that is the correct functionality. Also, when you are out here next week, please test that the correct sequence is... this is fuse box repair. Off blue, green, white, red, purple. Oh. Okay. The reason that that's painful is that I have only seen blue, red, and purple. I'm sorry, I haven't seen white. So there is another combo that gets you to white. And I should take a screen cap of this one as well. So there's something about plans for the holidays. We have been told that Hartley is valeting this weekend. I don't know what any of that might be relevant to, but... Herbert, we just wanted to let you know that the changes you requested to your will have been implemented and notarized. If your premonition, God forbid, should bear fruit, rest assured that your plans will be executed down to the last detail. I presume his the law firm that he worked with for his will. So there is what amounts to a last-minute change. Okay, and another thing about the fuse boxes. The vac indicator lights installed per instructions have been turned on. However, it should be noted that the white indicator is only displayed after syncing all 6 indicators to purple. If this is not the desired functionality, let us know and we will fix it in your regular service visit next week. Gross. Sure, I got that one. Okay. Gross. Available. Disabled. Disabled. Just checking if the office has different options. Compass is okay. Magnifying glass will eventually not be worth anything, but it currently may still be worth something. Sleeping mask is especially good if it's during a run where we have activated the hovel. Yeah, let's do running shoes. Haven't tried those yet. Haven't gotten those yet. Uh, okay, we'll check that in a minute. I need to take a quick break. I'll be back in a couple minutes. And we're back. Switch over to the tree here. We'll see if she has moved or not, but we had Ember and Sky in the tree, though now that I've said her name, yep. There it is. Let's Let's just do 9083. What would be another good guess? Okay, that was what was carved on the tree. Hey there, Kathy. What was another? Feature any timestamps? Playing some blueprints. I'm looking to see if there's anything that would imply to me what the safe code was. About the 1985. We'll do one more shot in the dark on this if I can see something viable for it. No publish date on that one. Staff notice. About his. That was 93. What was our note here? So I wish I'd remembered to take a picture of the welcome to the manor one too. What do running shoes do? Oh, no. Hitting 0 ends it. You have pushed yourself to the very edge of exhaustion and must now return to your campsite. First time we've actually used up all of the stamina in our search here. We favored the east wing, an east-facing cottage. I mean, especially if we can get some sort of stamina economy item, the hovel is a big win. It lets us focus on making use of the stamina boosting rooms, but additionally, we can focus on getting keys over things like gems. That was our plus 20 from entering the sauna. Sammy has come to join me on my lap, and okay, there's another thing we're going to check after that. Okay, well, we haven't seen the tomb before. If we hit a dead end, it puts 5 coins in here. Old school. And big. Okay, I can't touch those. These are the stained glass in the chapel uses the same imagery on as the statues. Only open in the event of my death. Wish I had the magnifying lens. Simon, so here's where it all ends, at least for me. And of all the picturesque places of this grand estate, I chose this dreary, dank dungeon to be laid to rest. And that same dim, sober fate fell upon my father and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there is no stronger bond of servitude than tradition, and family tradition thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break, and I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. What biography of your own will you forsake to add another page to your father's memories, or your mother's or mine? Just check here. Okay, I got the first page. In our youth, we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our death, we are left with realities and regrets. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetuate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another life at the sake of our own? Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath the great oak, overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods, and the worldly mountains. Hey there, Drew. Welcome. And the wild holly that surrounds that trunk, a perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is it that dumped me in this sunless hollow? And if by morbid example this dark crypt makes any impression whatsoever on you, if reading this letter within these damp halls plants in you a seed of hope, if these words might grant you strength to bend if not break these chains. We have Ember and Sky stuffed up in there. One of my favorite things, and I don't know if I still have the photo. I thought I did. I hope I took a photo of it, but maybe I didn't. Was Tom, my big gray Maine Coon, Rorschach, a male tuxedo that was like twice the size of Sammy. He was a big boy and all muscle. Like, you watch him move around and it was that predatory big cat kind of thing. And Ember stuffed together. You could just see Ember's head peeking out from Tom's fluff. Then would I cherish this tomb more than oak and sycamore and spruce, more than the wondrous woods and worldly mountains. This cold stone room would become the most cherished place in all our domain. I would have you raise a shrine upon this spot to commemorate the moment of your liberty, to treat this sepulchre as hallowed ground, to realize that grand gestures can be as effective as they are theatric. Okay. And to, in turn, as recompense for the freedom thus granted you, commit yourself to be buried here within this mausoleum of dreams, and when the day comes to write your own letter, to inspire the next generation that follows in our footsteps, as is tradition, Herbert S. Sinclair. Dang. Yeah, he has these angelic servants, like maids and chefs and groundskeepers. like there's something else has got to be in here. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Here we are. The first one is hat with a hoe. That is you. Click. Okay. Second one is the chef with the big skillet. We just walked by that one. Then the third one is the pitchfork. Feather duster, pitchfork. Then the feather duster, or the that's top hat in a chimney broom. Doing pretty good, Drew. We made a lot of progress in the code last night. We had like a 9-hour stream. Energized, you know? Made with broom. Hydrate, huh? Made with broom. Made with broom. There you are. And after the maid, after 5, I believe it's you. Yep. Riding crop. And then we need 7, which is the crown and scepter, which is you. Yeah. Weird details. Ooh, is this going to be... Well, that's conspicuous. Memento Mori. That's a non-trivial number of human skulls. I'm just putting that out there. We got both of those. Yep. The excavation tunnel. Interesting. I mean, generally, like, in a casket or something like that, you know, in a sepulcher, and if you're real and like if you're really morbid, what is it called? There's one type that is just like bones and bones kind of thing. We can see some of these are popped open. There's a something there. Oh, an ossuary. There you go. Here, let's continue the trend. Pull the device. I think these will unlock things. I've seen some really good video clips of people with black cats. Oh, wow. Well. People with black cats showing them like snoozing in a dark shadow or on a black carpet or something, and they kind of spring into existence when they open their eyes or run out, kind of thing. Okay, we can't get past that. Let's push it forward. Some sort of trick to that. Let's look down here for now. Doesn't seem very safe. Okay, this is like part of that other one. And there was a foundation elevator. Well, hopefully I can find a computer. I got a snapshot of that. Nope. Cats can get real toasty. There's our boat, and I would assume that if we get access to the pump room, that we would be able to drain this a little bit. Same as here. Gotta be another entrance I can unlock, because this is really inaccessible. There, and a gap here. Gap there. Here. Kind of here. What that could mean. Yeah. You see the gaps in the railing here? Bet this is a door. What it would do, like how you would get into it, I don't know. Doesn't quite line up with the image as I was hoping. It's just 4 corners. Or sorta corners. Gotta be a little more here. Wow. There's that room. Come down around here. And then into another tunnel. That was blocked off. And that's into the basement. Something points dreams. So this mine would get us to the basement from one direction. I don't know how to get past the mine cart. Okay, yeah. Each one of these areas is a region. Stepping here costs me stamina. Okay, so there's that room on the right. We're going to be going through the excavation tunnel. So there's that 3-part room. Yes, I don't know. Here's our reservoir. I wonder if draining the reservoir a little bit. Okay, yeah, and that's full of water too. That's why we couldn't proceed past that. Okay, we push this down, gives us access to this area. Which leads in here. It has this big rotational gate puzzle. Gonna presume that was like angel points at dreams or 2 dreams or something like that. Each of our journeys comes to a conclusion here in the tomb. This floor plan is a definitive dead end, or is it? So that was, you get 5 monies for a dead end. The tomb counts as a dead end. Fuel that wasn't accounted for, I think. All right, Kathy, thanks for swinging through. The VODs are always on my YouTube channel, so you can catch them later if you like, and also in widescreen format. Okay, we need the pump room to make full use of the tomb. How that's going to play out, not sure. Going to record this one. The rules of the game. Note check will give us our car keys. We also do have a floppy disk. We want to get to a computer terminal kind of as soon as possible, ultimately. Nook to get a key. Closet to get items. Have to remember to use the ivory dice. I keep forgetting to use the re-rolls in circumstances where I really want a different result, you know? Arab would take one of our gems, it would include a dead end. It does give us a green area, which can be good. But we'll take the corridor. That gives us a definite path forward. Commissary lets us spend money and eats a gemstone. But we can spend the monies, which is good. We don't have 8, so we can't get 2 really valuable ones. Magnifying glass can actually be good, though. We're going to nab that. I don't want to miss out on a zoom in. If I can make it back to the tomb, I want to get to that stamp that was there. Those are collectibles. Bedroom gives us neutral for stamina cost. We do want to get more stars, but don't want to take a dead end so soon here. It's a free metal detector, though. That's good. It's ultimately real good. And the wording on that does tell me it's when a room appears, the metal detector can make more coins or keys spawn. I don't have it. Would have been real nice to get that. Much better if it had been... if it had been during a hovel run. Because then just drafting a bedroom gives you a chunk of stamina back. It's a dead end, we'll get more gems. Again, assuming the puzzle doesn't beat us. Okay, can I... Yep, there's the statue and there's the boat. The exterior of the manor is consistent. That's cool. I like that. All right. This one states the gems are in the black box. If it's true, that's where they are. If it's false, they can't be there. There's no statement on the white box. The gems are in a box with a statement. Okay. The black one cannot be true because both of these have statements. Oh, wait, is in a box with a statement. If the black one is true, we don't know where it is. If the blue one is true, they're in the black box, but that means that the that the gems are also not in a box with a statement. So, if this is true, if it says it's in the black box says this is false, so it can't be in a box with a statement. If this one, like I said, if this one is true, this one must be false. So it's not in the black box, but it is in a box with a statement. So one is true, one is false. So again, if this is true, it's in the black box, and the black box is false. So it would be in the black box. If this is true, it has to be in a box with a statement. And they're not in the black box. So they're in the blue box. Oh, no. If this is true, they're in a box with a statement, which makes this false, so they're not in the black box. So it'd have to be in the blue. The blue is true, it's in the black box. But this says they're in a box with a statement, so they're not in a box with a statement. So that can't be true with this being false, because the black box has a statement. So we can't have this one true and that one true. I'm sorry, that one true and this one false. Right, because the black box has a statement, and it can't be in the black box and no statement. If it's in a box with a statement, and it's not in the black box, then it has to be in the blue box. They haven't beat us yet. Do I want to backtrack to the Nook? Feel like I want to backtrack to the Nook because we're getting pretty deep in here. Don't know. It's got to be the coding streams are getting to me. Left arm is getting a bit torqued, but it could be some of the other things we're doing as well. I think this is my programmer brain helping me, Drew. Don't know if we want to spend a key there yet. West Wing and Pantry both have a dead end. Veranda eats all of my gems, but it means green rooms are more valuable. I'm going to take the Veranda. This is what I... Oh, good deal. Good deal. Smashy. Oh, doubly good. What are you? Huh. I'm really enjoying this. I had held off of starting this because I kind of wanted it to be on stream if I did. Okay, that is left side, fifth one up. Nursery desk dead ends us. West Wing Hall lets us continue. There's our note again. Chapel is effectively a turn there. We're gonna take the chapel. We're not gonna walk into it yet, though. I want the spare room here. Because the map says to go to this room. Why did the map send me here? Is a treasure map. So presumably, this room contains treasure. Ah. You monsters. I don't have a shovel. I don't want to go through the chapel yet, but I also don't know that I want to spend all of the stamina. Coat check has car keys. I don't have the gems. Lavatory is a dead end anyway. I might as well take the car keys back out of coat check. If I take the garage at some point here. We will come back here and dump off the that floppy disk if we can't find a computer. We'll take... We don't have any items that depend on a bedroom, so I might as well take the boudoir. Okay, we're backtracking now. I don't want to be burning keys deep in when I have so much ground to cover yet. And I don't want to go through the chapel if I can avoid it. We still have coins. And they might be useful. Couldn't remember if I'd been in there already. There's our corridor. We went to the right. This loops back into the chapel. This blocks that path in the chapel. This loops back into the chapel. This gets us one of the books. Let's take that. Oh, wow. Sammy says, you may not use the keyboard because I would like back scratches. I got a very offended look for reaching for that screenshot button. So Herbert again, as the first one. Then Mary Jones. Then Bon Margle checked it out twice. Book was reviewed and cleared for publication by the Fen Aries Central Board of Education. It has been edited to conform to our department standards, including the omission of sections deemed inaccurate or unsuitable for public dissemination. Ruffington Red Publishers. Oh, wow. Redacted. So I'm guessing the rubies are the gems along the base. We're just gonna check and see if any of the redactions are easily removed, but I guess not. The name used to designate realms of the Eastern Waters is no longer known to the average citizen of elder generation. The name used to designate the realms of the Eastern Waters is no longer known to the average citizen of the elder generation. We must permit our leaders to enjoin us to abandon our past. This is the very malicious use of a word-level veto. I got that properly. Most historians mark the beginning of the First Era, often denoted as Agera, or Agera, by the ascension of the first king, blank, whose name, the first king blank, whose name, Horus, would later grace the burgeoning township in which he was crowned. Horus was known before his coronation as a prominent merchant lord of a considerable means and affluence, whose sway in the region made him the ideal candidate for the unification of the surrounding provinces. Regrettably, history is not always forthcoming, and the surviving records of those bygone days are mostly limited to trade agreements and sales receipts. Nevertheless, we can deduce from these ledgers that Horus had but one aim: expansion. The territory spread forth from the heart of Horus, and by the end of the 1st century, a new kingdom was born. Oops. So we might be able to infer a bit from the truncations, but that would be a real leap. Given the author, I fully suspect that we've got something hidden in here somewhere. Second era, it was the 4th king who split this vast domain in 3 equal shares, 3 realms for his 3 children. The eldest he granted the fields and mountains of his great-grandfather, the middle province and heartspring of the kingdom. The eldest accepted the gift. Blank, like, full stop. To the youngest he bestowed upon him the realm of Archares, or Archares, I don't know, the land of the northern storms, a wild and untamed expanse which at the time was not as developed, but a good deal more vast than the eldest brother's lot. And to his middle child, his only daughter, he gifted her the southern region of Iraja. Blank, a land steeped in tradition, blank blank. It's been reviewed and redacted, but that doesn't mean that there isn't something hiding somewhere. You know, your invisible inks, your little scribbles along the edges of the lines of the drawings. The 3rd era. As the 2nd era drew to a close, the 3 sovereign realms had achieved a period of remarkable progress and prosperity. Each of these distinct regions, ruled by their respective sibling monarchs, had blossomed, cultivating the bountiful resources of their lands and the development of a unique character and culture that set them apart from one another. Despite those differences, the sibling monarchs managed to maintain friendly relations throughout their lives, and were known for their cooperation in matters of trade and transportation. The succeeding generations of their heirs continued that tradition, and the 3rd era was defined by blankety blank blank blank. Defined by commerce between the 3 realms, further strengthening their bond and laying the foundation for the promise of a prosperous and bright future. Blank. Like, the symbols here have been blacked out, which implies that they might have been changed entirely. Like, this one is full redacted blackout. These have the same ink here, so it's possible that that's still a redaction. That's them writing over it to make a new symbol. Inserted note. Baron Sinclair, thank you so much for your cooperation with our department in this investigation. We know our presence is never convenient, especially for someone of your social status. So it means all the more that you are not only tolerant, but also willing to aid our efforts in getting this business done as quickly as possible. We are returning, with this letter, the book you lent us, though I must confess it was not as much help as I had hoped. I had heard that your library of rare and restricted books was quite extensive, and I was told by a reliable source that if a first edition and uncensored copy of the history of Orinda could be found, it would likely be found within the Baron's own collection, but perhaps I was misinformed. Still, part of me thinks that you may have given me the censored copy as a jest, a taste, if you will, for the bureaucrat of their own medicine. If that is the case, then I say, well done, fair play. And perhaps on my next visit, we'll have a laugh about this after you've given me the actual manuscript. That is absolutely a very polite, we know you have an unredacted copy, give it to us. Sure, I got that. Yep, I did. So that may be what we want out of that book. The Fourth Era, as the kingdom blank entered the Fourth Era, a different kind of ruler took the reins of power. King Desolates III was a blank 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 king who was often seen blank blank drinking blank, a sight that shocked not only the gentry in the court, but the masses as well, blank 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 blank. And then the note is blocking much of this page, so I have to presume that's not what we're looking for. But we're still going to be skimming here. And another note. Baron Sinclair, thank you. Wait. Oh, okay, I see. We have flipped over the note here. Desolates was renowned as the king of blank blank. No one, when he made the decision to move blank 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 blank, Ving Castle and court behind. The people were overjoyed by this choice, and blank 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 were those that viewed the king's conduct to be unbecoming of his blank 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 common folk. These blank voices planted the seed blank blank, which took root in blank 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 grand city of Fen. I'm really surprised that we don't have entire pages blanked out because they couldn't find a way to get the sequence of words distorted properly. The Era of Rune. After the passing of King Desolates III, the Fourth Era came to an abrupt end. Thankfully, the king died. Full stop. Blank, 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 blank. On the very next day, the 6th of October, the blank Prince Learson of Fen declared himself the true monarch. This declaration was bolstered by a blank number of supporters due to the fact that Desolates IV shared blank blank little of his virtues. DF, this is a puzzle game where we have inherited a strange mansion whose layout constantly changes. And we are supposed to find a secret deep within in order to complete our inheritance and, obtain it, but additionally we're finding mysteries as we go. It is a puzzle roguelike. The prospect of civil war seemed inevitable. The realm's regiments were hastily recalled from the frontiers to stamp out and put an end to the Fensurrection. However, instead of restoring order, what ensued was a savage and merciless campaign against their own people. The gardens of Fen, once a center of splendor, were transformed into a battlefield as the cries of the innocent echoed through the city streets, stained in red. Did I get Era of Rune? Yes, I did. Let's look. Again, what we're Morning Bay? Yeah, okay. We're looking for text that might be concealed in the lines, you know? The brutality of the pacification of Fen did not go unnoticed by neighbors. As sympathy for the city surged, allies came forward to lend support. Among them was the general of the Northern Regiment who, sickened by the barbaric actions of the other battalions, joined forces with Prince Learson to form a formidable army. Together, they leveraged their political influence and favors to persuade the nearby realms of Arch-Ares and Nuance to join their cause. We haven't heard of the realm of Nuance up until just this moment. However, even with the tide turning in their favor, victory did not come easy. The War of the Fifth Era lasted 22 years. Not as bad as the War of the Roses, I guess, but still. and saw buried 1 in every 3 men. Prince Learson himself added another number to the casualties. However, even in death he had won. Horus had fallen, and with it the realm. The black flags that had flown for 5 eras were burned, and in their place red banners were hoisted to honor the fallen of Fen. The few remaining members of the former royal family, fled in fear of their lives to the south, forever exiled. The current era. Today, the realms inherited by the 3, Fen Ares, Arch Ares, and Iraja, once again stand united as allies. Though the distance between our peoples has grown, our connection to this land remains as strong as ever. The red flags are the current monarchy that seem to be kind of the villains here. The spruce and birch that span across our realm serve as a constant reminder that we all share a common past. Blank, 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 blank. For this, despite everything, a land rich in history, a land of myth and wonder, a land that sprung forth the greatest empire the world has ever seen, the land of our fathers, of our mothers, and of our children. Blank. Blank. I like how the music is very influenced by particular rooms that you might locate. Like this music kicked in because of the tomb. Okay, that was the right one to check out. Yeah, you can see he checked it out twice. That was the first time when he got the second edition. Then he asked for it a second time and probably still got the second edition. Okay, so we have to go over to the parlor next. Feel like we are definitely gonna need the bedrooms to kick in soon. Ideally, we will find a shovel. Nursery dead ends us and leaves only the chapel in the boudoir. And we don't have a gem anyway. Dark room is very similar to taking pantry, but this way we get money. I don't think we had shovel in the store. I wish we had a gem. Boiler room would be great. Good times, good times. Bunk room doesn't actually give us stamina back by itself. If we have something that says per bedroom, it's actually a pretty good one. We are going to gamble on something better. We're going to take the storeroom. We're going to get some resources. Because the storeroom gives us a big pile of coins. So when we come back, we can hit the commissary and potentially get something else. Billiards was gems again, I think. Kitchen would give us stamina back, and I think that's worth it right now. We want to have a preponderance of stamina right now. That is per red room, and we don't have really... We have like 1. So sandwich it is. We have 3 keys. We do want to go through this one. We don't have the gems for those two. This is a dead end that we have to really take. Kids' room with their little hamster. We got some gems. That. It's not fantastic, but at least we got something out of the room. So now we go all the way back down. We're going to swing through the bedroom. Okay, sleeping mask would give us a surge of stamina as we go. I want to see what running shoes do. Occasionally save. Okay. I would love to get mask and running shoes then, but... Library and then chapel. I want to see what's in the middle here. We could still get a shovel just about anywhere. Ooh. Breaker room lets us manipulate some costs. Security room lets us mitigate key cards. Oh, but we also want a terminal. We want this. This guarantees a terminal. It costs us our last current gem, but upgrade a room. Okay. That's 8 for every bedroom. Let's switch it to a nurse's station. Which is, if you have less than 10, you get, it sets you to 20. Indoor nursery is if you get a green room, this room now gets 2 gems. But that would mean I have to return to the indoor nursery. The nurse's station is a very particular circumstance. If I draft a room, I get 8, can be a big effect. If you're about to run out, then the 10 to 20 is a big value. Absolutely. It's kind of, if I get that room when I have less than 10, fantastic. If I get that room and I don't subsequently draft any bedrooms, not as good. Oh, that is true, Lunar. That is a good point. I hadn't thought of that use case. It's whenever you enter. I did not read that. I didn't read that properly. That is your careful terminology markers, you know? You really do have to go through drawing room for this, and then through chapel. Up through the dining room into the boudoir. This is our last our last pathway here. And I would really like if we get a shovel at some point so I can see what treasure map do. Passed into here, we get a free gem. Quote unquote free gem. Cool and dark room are largely the same in this choice, but dark room is a random exit. We'll spend our gem. And that's the end. Keycard door stops us. Since we didn't have, we didn't get the combination of security and fuse box. Floor light. Too bad. We got a room upgrade. So, tomb is a big deal. Ah, sneeze. I'm going to do one more run here. If root cellar contains a shovel, that's really good. If I find a shovel, root cellar is great. I feel like tool shed is always the safe option, though. Oh. Each time you draft a mechanical floor plan, you may permanently adjust its rarity. Oh. Oh. If we can make boiler room, lab, and secure things like security common, that will make it easier to get the lab upgraded or working. Well, let's start by getting a gem here. I want the key. And wait on grabbing a key. Bedroom at best adjoins here. So it's no net positive taking bedroom. I mean, it can save us one step. Let's go for the items. Parlor creates a dead end, gives us gems. We don't really have a great deal of money. Let's just take the spare room. Walk-in closet is 4 items. Let's take the hallway. We upgraded it for a key. Parlor, commissary. We'll put the chapel there. And we'll put our parlor here. Okay. Let's see what we can get. Three statements. The gems are in a false box. The gems are in a false box. Okay. Only one of the other boxes is false. Okay. If this one is true and this one is false, they negate each other. Both of these need to either be true or false. If they're both false, it's in a true box. If they're both true, it's in a false box. Okay, so let's assume they're both true. It's in a false box, and this is false. So that is both of the other ones are false, but they're true, so they can't be. If this one is false, then both of them are false. I'm sorry. If this one is true, no. Okay, if this one is true, then both the others are false. It's in a true box, it would have to be here. It's got to be that then, right? Yep. A lot of this is ultimately grammar and kind of definitions. Pantry gives us money and gets us back around to the chapel, but that doesn't do anything for us. Secret passage, at best, just takes us where we are and costs us a gem. So we're going to take the bedroom. Monies. We get an item in here. So we will get north-facing things more frequently. Parlor, hallway. We have nook and spare room left. So we're going to check spare room first because that gives us a... Well, no. We're going to hit nook first. It'll get us another key and it puts us at a rank 2. Bedroom lets us just dead ends. Bedroom doesn't really do anything. All right, all our hopes are pinned on that spare room. Ideally, it is like a passageway or something. They're all largely equivalent choices. Those are big old gems. Okay. Shovel. Am I going to get the treasure map? Absolutely not. Bedroom dead ends us. This would give us 2 passages now. It is kind of our best bet to keep going. West Hall lets us keep going. Gets us to the garage. The garage is unpowered. that gets us keys, but we don't know if they're any use. This puts us right over to where we are with the passageway. So we're going to take the pantry and take the money. And if this door is locked, we'll check the one in the passageway. Oh, no, okay. This perpetuates 2. Both of them do. We'll spend the gem to get the drawing room. We have a bunch of keys. We don't have a lot of gems, though. This gets us the lab, which... we have the wrench. We want to draft this room. Okay, we have a key card door. Is a sad state of affairs, but what you gonna do? Clearly... oh, okay. Contraptions made in the workshop. Didn't register that. Okay. Got keys. Dead end. Pain in the butt. Can't take it. Reroll. Dead end. We could make this more common. I feel like we should. It's a dead end room, but... so this is the puzzle that we have to solve. We need to get all of them to purple first. Really should just record what the logic for this is. So blue spreads. We are close. How can we get them to line up here? Kind of just flailing here. Blue spreads in no matter what. Green only seems to serve to turn red. And we can't get rid of the last blue. Blue always spreads. Purple doesn't influence green. Green just becomes blue. It doesn't seem to be any different than doing that. Clearly missing something. We need them all purple to show up with the white one, to get the white one to appear. After syncing all 6 indicators to purple, the white indicator is displayed. And then it needs to be off: blue, green, white, red, purple. But first is all 6 to purple. Blue, green, white, red. Maybe if we get this one empty. Yeah. Purple goes back in. want this one to go away. I don't think we can get them all to purple. Or at least... Here we go. So... There's the white one. Okay. Okay. Has to be green. Okay. Okay. So then that becomes blue. Blue, green. Okay, and now we need red and purple. Ah! Stupid swappy puzzles. Oh, okay. Hey! We did a thing. The Gemstone Cavern. Starting tomorrow, you will start each new day with 2 gems. Nice. Okay, well, we can't proceed any further with this one, so we're going to spend a moment to, one, start an experiment and see if there's anything good. Whenever I draft an archived floor plan, that is the result of the archive room. Oh, wow. So I can just increase the allowance by 1. Or I can gamble on the idea of I will draft shop rooms next time, and that will get me 1 gold allowance for each of them. I'm going to assume that I will get more than 1 shop. I will get at least 1 shop. So mayhaps we'll do another run. Because otherwise I am totally going to forget that. But I want to go look at that gem mine first. Increasing the allowance is a big deal. Coins up front means that we have a little more flexibility in some of the initial room selections. Here's the last of the equipment for the new mine. I don't think we're going to need more than this, especially if we're going to limit excavation to 2 stones per day. I was told by the engineer that getting greedier than that might risk the structural integrity of the cave walls, so I suppose we'll have to adhere to his expert opinion, at least for now. We managed to remove all but 1 minecart from the old tunnels, 2 of which were too rusted and worn down to be of any use to us here, so Dave went ahead and made the call to scrap them. I'm not sure that the foreman is going to be too happy about that, but hopefully you can smooth it over. Now there's still 1 more minecart down there, but it's locked on a short track and it's way too difficult to move from the reservoir side. It's a little bit awkward because it's blocking the passageway, so I suggest someone move it from the other side if they can get over there. Huh. Boss informed us that there are 2 other ways into the site from that side, but I think we're going to leave that for someone to finish up if the old man really wants it done. Right. Okay, we've got it recorded. Fancy. Okay, well, we know that they had a gemstone mine here. Click. One more. Nice, nice. That's what was on the tree that was chopped down here. Apple Orchard has been permanently unlocked and added to your campsite. Starting tomorrow, you will start each new day with an extra 20. Nice. All of the apples you want. I do like apples. I think they're Fiji apples. I think those are my favorite. All right, that's all of those. Now what this do? Oh, fancy. Well then. Gardener's Logbook. When I first came on the estate in the capacity of the new groundskeeper, I was a little dismayed to find that my predecessor had kept no notes, no logbook, and no record of any kind regarding the various gardens and green rooms of the house under his care. As a result of this improvidence, in the last few months of my post, I suffered a number of embarrassing professional blunders that I believe could have been avoided with even a few scraps of imparting wisdom from the previous groundsman. To that end, I will make an effort to make some record of my dealings on the estate, inasmuch as it pertains to horticulture and general tomfoolery. Robert Nogula, groundskeeper. Among my many commissioned duties, I have been tasked with the conservation and oversight of Mount Holly's alluring grounds. Alluring. My domain stretches from gate to gate and encompasses the apple orchard, the entrance drive, and the east yard. Fortunately for my workload, the maintenance of the west grounds has not been a priority since Lady Epson's death and the ensuing closure of the West Wing. Nevertheless, I take some pride in my work, so I still endeavor to brush the West Path weekly, even if none but myself take notice. In addition to maintaining the grounds, there are 8 green rooms within the house that require some level of upkeep and light groundskeeping. The majority of these I discovered are only draftable on the perimeter of the house along the east and west wings. The terrace, the patio, the veranda, the morning room, the greenhouse, the secret garden all fall within this category. Secret garden can only be drafted on the sides of the house. Noted. Soil survey. Interesting. One of the first tasks I undertook as a... One second here. One of the first tasks I undertook as a groundskeeper was to conduct a survey of the various plots of soil underneath each slot on both the east and west wings of the house. And while I would have preferred a full survey of all 45 plots of the house, it was clear that the inconvenience such an undertaking would produce was in no way worth the extra data, especially considering the rooms that would benefit from this survey only ever appear in the wings. To quantify soil quality, I measured the soil's capacity to support crop growth and maximize the promise of high yields. The survey ended up taking 2 weeks due to some difficulty reaching the higher ranks, but the project was well worth the effort. As suspected, the room position has a direct relationship to the amount of fruit spread from the gardens and the amount of flowers that can bloom in the greenhouse. By that statement, we know flowers bloom in the greenhouse and they have some effect based on their number. And this one in particular is noteworthy. It is the only room that is indicated to have barren soil. Smudge pots. A few years ago, the Baron had made the long overdue decision to switch from gas lighting to electrical power. The installation of the new system was a substantial undertaking, as almost every room in the house had to be equipped with new fixtures and wiring. Thankfully, these renovations did not extend beyond the mansion's interior, and all the lamps and equipment used outside of the house are still connected and powered by gas line, including, but not limited to, the orchard smudge pots. The smudge pots found around the apple trees here in the orchard are a critical necessity, thanks to the cold temperatures and high altitude of the estate. These gas-burning stack heaters prevent frost and should be kept on during the winter months to ensure a daily yield of apples. When the smudge pots are not in use, the orchard's gas line should be turned off to conserve resources for the estate's other gas-powered machinery and appliances. Get that one? Yes. After a few months of idleness, I finally have a new cause to champion, and I have submitted a request for a change of scenery. Specifically, I would like to replace the statue of Orinda currently in the cloister with a much more appropriate angel, Rena. After all, as beautiful as the statue is, shouldn't the greenery of Mount Holly be governed by the paragon of gardening? Though amused, I do not think Anne took the request too seriously, though she did humor me and listen to me rave and pontificate on the subject for the better part of our lunch yesterday. And she wonders why I avoid tending the cloister. Truth be told, I have forgotten how to access the inner garth, and am too scared of chastisement to probe for the particulars for a third time. Okay. This tells me that those statues are like named entities. Those are not just conceits of the owner there, the Baron. Angel with Hoe. My best rendition, pretty good considering I have only ever seen Rena's depiction in the chapel. Okay. That is one of the plinths that the rubies are on. Those are in the safes. That's what the rubies were on. That implies the presence of a ruby associated with the gardens. One possibility is the barren soil room. That there is something about that room that is like, I don't actually know. There's that, or in one of the rich soil rooms that perhaps he interacted with them and hid a ruby. Interesting. This kind of speculation and dealing with the puzzles is exactly one of the reasons that I liked the game Tunic. Is speculating on, wait, is that a thing? All right, let's go check that elevator-looking doodad. We have achieved much today. That is kind of the symbol that was in the center of that big circular room. Pull the lever. Bottom drops out, plunges us into alligator-filled water. The precipice. Okay. Foreman's log. Scripps and Rudford Mining Company. Excavation Department. Foreman's log 3. Date, which is July 2nd, 1915. So some time ago. As our client Thomas Sinclair suspected, so this is not the recent guy. That was Herbert. The arches that were visible from the south cliff were part of a much longer arcade carved into the rock face. Last week, when our crews first arrived, only 2 supporting pillars were visible. But after only a few days of clearing vines, moss, and dirt, we have uncovered a dozen more. Our exploration, so far, has been limited and entirely superficial, as every shaft we have surveyed has ended abruptly, and every promising path leading deeper into the mountain has been blocked by tunnels packed tight with soil, rock, and debris. This site is either much older than we had first assumed, or someone deliberately had those chambers buried. I suspect the latter. Yeah, look at that. There is a great deal underneath the house, including just, what's in the tomb. This is built on an ancient rune kind of thing. Oh no. don't know. Gonna take all the pieces off and take a snapshot of this. All right, we'll have to keep our eye out for something that might solve that. I wonder if it might be something like position them such that the king is not in any way in check. Foreman's copy, do not remove from sight. Realm and Something, Sigils of the Past and Present by Professor R. Willowb. Fen Aries, Robert Byrd and Sons, 1905, so even further in the past. Delete that one. Here's the symbol. Or, that's kind of the symbol. The one underground has little, like, square-ish things, like chubby L shapes, with only 3 of the broadcasting lines in a different pattern in the middle. First era. They did this in order that their realm might not be understood by strangers or something. Historically speaking, sigils are not a new tradition. They've been found in every era and every culture and predate both written text and heraldic arts. However, today we use the term sigil. When we use the term sigil, we are referring specifically to realm sigils. These crude circular marks of designation found on royal artifacts, buildings, and older documents. This book was written to make simple understanding of these fascinating glyphs and to clearly display the correlation between each sigil and the iconography of that realm's royal art. How is the image of a leafless burning tree seen as geometric lines, and what does that tell us of a kingdom's history? Each line, each circle, and each variation tells a story of the land. Even the adorned borders around the sigil have special meaning. To understand a realm sigil, we must first dismantle the symbols and identify the individual elements that make up the whole. Each sigil is composed of 4 things: the core, the dividing lines, the moats, and the border. Okay, Arindia. So these are mentioned. These are all mentioned in the redacted history book. At the center of each sigil is a unique shape, different for each realm. If the core gives us a name, then the rest of the sigil tells us the history behind that name. Still, it is important to be able to... Oh, welcome back, Donald. It is important to be able to identify and distinguish the core as a first step in deciphering any sigil, as well as as all the other parts are meaningless if we don't first know the place we are describing. So this is almost certainly Arindia, and this is probably Fen. I don't know what the CO one is. This might be like Arasia or something like that, or Arasia. Yeah, we're still going. I said I was going to stop about 45 minutes ago, but then we found a new thing. From the core will come dividing lines splitting the sigil. From one sigil to another, they differ in number, style. The difference in these immediately reveals several things. Counting the sigil will transportation ships or have So that might be like pathways out of it. Ship routes, 8 rays on these. Carriages, trails, locomotion. Wavy lines are used to indicate extreme heat. The scorched air and blazing sun cause the otherwise straight rays to appear shimmering. A rainy realm is indicated with rays of 3 vertical lines pouring down. For more extreme stormy weather, a jagged lightning-shaped ray is used. A ray dotted with falling circles is used for colder realms in which snow is a common occurrence. Windy weather is displayed on sigils for those by the use of bent, curved lines, rays buckling under the high winds. The lines in the sigil we saw were straight lines with like markers off of them. There could be more rays defined on the missing page. Moats. Okay. The moat that we saw on this sigil is this little guy right here. On each sigil, floating between the rays, are small figures called moats. From the shape and style of the moats used on a sigil, we can tell the type of society a given realm proclaimed, if they considered themselves mighty in arms or blessed by artistic and economic fortune. So we have the tribal asterisks, probably a seed, agricultural. Martial is the almost like fangs, double triangle. Militaristic, in generations spanning arguments. Okay, this one, it's like a big building. Metropolitan, large city-state with a dense urban and populous center. Donald, this game is called Blueprints. There is a great deal of lore in this game. Information hiding in books and notes and all kinds of stuff. That's why these are notes that we're taking. We have academic, we have industrial, we have spiritual, we have poetic. The one in the basement is metropolitan. Okay, here's the border. Around each sigil is an adorned edge serving as a container for the information within. There are 8 different borders, each one corresponding to a different color. These borders always correspond to the banner and national colors of that specific realm. Okay, so we have patterns for white, black, red, violet. Yeah, we need many, many note. It looks like angled lines. Maybe barred curves, but looks kind of like green, maybe. They aren't like zigzaggy lines. We don't know what those patterns mean. It's not black. Doesn't look like yellow. I don't see those bars. It doesn't have any circles at all. And it doesn't have the gear teeth. It is either red or green. I haven't been doing this. Backtrack a little bit here. this whole page has been ripped out. We can only see a couple of lines here on this side. So the configuration of the rays means something. Well, it's a good thing you played a healer, Lunar, because now you have the means to heal your back after the carry, you know? See, this one is red, militaristic. It has the same markers that we're looking at. The same radials here. And that is Fen. The implication here is that this is Fen after it was conquered. So this is red banners, red banner, the little martial markers, foggy. Okay. So the realm that we're talking about is foggy. It's metropolitan. It probably has green banners. I'm not clear from there. Let's make sure we recorded that. Yep, okay. But they're crossed out. Interesting. That is a cliffside. My guess be. Okay, let's... We put the king here. Wonder what all of this means. Rook could go there. Bishop could go here. Queen could be here. It's not an in-check thing. That's too easy. There is something more to this puzzle. There's got to be something... Because we do see chess symbols all over. Oh. We see chess pieces all over. I'm going to record which rooms we see them in next time. And I don't mean the exact room. I mean its position in the house. So the layout of that chessboard is the layout of the house. What I think is that I put the piece on the square of the where the chess piece appears if you're in a room when the chess piece is visible. Because I've seen pretty much all the different chess pieces. We've seen pawns and bishops and all of that. Okay. let's... Well, we can't stop now. We've got a really valuable experiment running in the house. We've got a couple of data points we want to check on. What's the problem, Sammy? Yowling back there. Okay, yep. We start with 70 now because of the apple orchard. We start with 2 gems because of the mine. We are going to start with 2 coins from the allowance, and we want to get shops this run. We have... I wouldn't mind to get a better look at the sigil down there, but right now that doesn't do anything for us. So we're going to take Hovel. We have a lot of stamina, so this will give us flexibility to move around. You're new. Safe deposit box key. Okay. We have one more unlock we can get. All of these are not great. Pantry will give us a little extra money. Hallway is well positioned. Want kitchen. Pantry loops us back in. This kind of halts progress. This will get us another star. Double back, not infrequently. We do want to make sure we're getting bedrooms put in place. This gives us a door for a door and costs us. This dead ends it. This lets us continue on. But again, door for door and costs us money. Commissary, we're taking the commissary. Alright. We'll go into the commissary. I don't know when the allowance impact happens. Sleep mask, shovel, metal detectors, and salt shakers. Okay. We should do this one because otherwise we'll lose a path. Not far out, so we can redraw. Parlor gets us more gems. Pantry gets us money and veers us off. Security gets us 2 paths, so... we're still pretty good as far as stamina is concerned at the moment. Okay, we have a keycard door here. Let's Let's mess with the keycard system. Okay, if we get a green room, which room would I want it to be? That's the treasure map. Soil survey. We would want a green room adjacent to the kitchen there. So this is one of the rooms that can only appear on the sides. Can't go through there, so now we're backtracking. Double check. Anything hiding? No, okay. I should be paying more attention. I want to know where the chess pieces are. Burn a little stamina. I want to look around again. Night. This is in control room, but also we're going to call this, we'll do 0 indexed, so it is 3 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Back 3, 6. Okay, yep. 3 and 6. Okay. We burned a little bit of stamina there, so we got to be real careful. Chess pieces can be everywhere. Anyone else find themselves craning their neck to look further? The entry room is very consistent about this. This is Queen of Diamonds, Ace of Spades. That is consistent. Most other rooms change. We are going to actually make a note of that. I don't know if that's actually related, but I'm not going to rule it out. That does depict a queen, you know? So it's consistent again. Trying to see if I have an angle to see the outdoor building there. Don't have enough money to buy any of the food items. And no apparent chess pieces. Rook creates a dead end and ends this run. That's no good. Or nook and closet. Needs to be the rumpus room. The chess piece thing is amazingly tricky. That is just lovely, lovely puzzle bit there. Right? It's a subsequent run. Creepy fortune teller bot, tell me.
And as it was foretold, I am awakened at the sound of a dropping coin. You find yourself face to face with the great Alzara. And I suspect you wish me
Is it different than last time?
future.
It is.
The image is becoming clear. I see the darkened cloud of ruin, familiar to us both, now decrepit, run down, and in disrepair. I see 8 red envelopes resting upon 8 pedestals. And in these 8 envelopes, I see 8 letters penned by 8 different hands. 8 letters of which you will only ever find and read 7. Just like the art hanging on the walls of these rooms, there is a letter missing.
Oh.
What you have heard here has been foreseen by the great Alzara.
Oh, the art hanging in the rooms matters.
The following day, I will have nothing more to say.
There is something missing about the art hanging in the rooms. That marker where the barren soil is? That is lower left, up 1 is the same thing. Well, it's near where the barren soil is, actually. Near where it is, but that's not actually where it is it? No, it is. It is in this room. Is where that marker is. This is where the barren soil mark is. Bishop. That is... What are we saying? That is... Row 1, 2, 3... Step 07. Okay, den and west wing would be good. Let's get the den. That'll get us a gem. On. Tricky. Would give us office. Super expensive, but don't know what the safe combination is still. That is the king. That was 6, so that's 1 6. These are recurring. These show up a lot. Okay. It specifically notes, is it hearing or herrings? But knowing Herbert, I suspect either would be suitable. Could it be the number of letters? So could it be 6, 4, 7, 8? Go. Of thee. The only reason I discounted March was because it's in black as opposed to red. Five, 4, 6, 5. The other side. Don't know. Some other indicator lurking. Is there a marker for sequence? I get another look at one of those little doodads. They really seem... Yeah, they're recurring. Think of ink. We'll just have to keep an eye on these. If they're actual books, then it's going to be something relevant inside them. If they're not actually books, it's some sort of cipher, you know? Check dead ends as spare room. Let's just keep going. It'd be great if we had more bedrooms. So, onward. There are no chess pieces hiding. Dining room gives us maximum distance for movement. Coins. We can get all the way out to the 8th rank. We'll get some stuff. Guys hide everywhere. Oh, I wonder if that's the... Okay, here's a pawn in here. Throws us off of what I interpret it as. So that's 1, 3. We're going to keep recording it, though, just in case. Raj gets us 3 more keys, but costs us... Bedroom would cut off one of our only remaining paths, but give us some more stamina. And I think... Take the Nook. Okay, the Nook has... is 0, 0, 3. Nook. Breaker box. Aquarium gives us more space. Notice how the aquarium costs nothing. Normally it's like a 3, but aquariums are all colors. Terrace says green rooms don't cost anything to draft. Weird. Surreal little realm that we are in. We have no bedroom, so servants' quarters doesn't do anything for us. This one, if we go through this door, we trigger the dining room, which is good. We need these keys. Ding, ding. Okay, if we get another locked door on an edge, like down in here, or up here, this key can work. Think I had... I have the car keys. I like the little potentially moonshine bottles. We're going to jog back to our dining room here. Pizza. I don't want the furnace to be there. Eat the last slice, you wimp. Let's check this door here. So, secret garden won't work. Showroom has luxury items. This is a shop. Gemstones. Wow. These like permanent? They've got to be permanent. Or maybe there's a trick to getting them, you know? Because that's an absurd cost. Unless you have... I guess unless you have gotten enough allowance built up. Okay. We got to the lab previously, but that was our stopping point. And I did not record of a lot, much we could see here. Oh, you were different last time. We have a lot of the sheet music now. Three doodads? Creates an electromagnet. What this do? We're more likely to draw mechanical rooms while drafting. You see all the doodads like slam up into the bottom of it. Automatically collect coins and keys when entering a room. Well, that's neat. Re-enter that room, but I don't think I saw any chess pieces there. Okay. Does it work? Ha ha! It only works on a door on the edge. That is the moon on a door we cannot reach. That was in the first fortune. Turn to the middle. All right. All right, there's the moon door. All right, we have opened this one. This was make sure it was west and east, and I think it was one of them was written and the other one was in capitals. Like one of them was all lowercase, one was capitals. Let me. There's a note in the office. Here we go. It's west in lowercase, east in all caps. I wonder if the west one is broken. Any chess pieces lurking? I wonder if there are multiple valid positions for some of them. Conspicuous brickwork. All right, there isn't a third one to turn, so. Okay. We're going to take nursery. If we get another bedroom, well, as we get more bedrooms, this increases in value. And I need to figure out a way to organize all these screenshots. They are accumulating quickly. The Red Prince book. Another pawn. This is in the nursery at 444. I get the feeling that there might be multiple valid positions for some of them. We don't need for gems, so parlor isn't as valuable. Out of keys. This will get us the stamina to move around more. This might get us a key. If we take closet, then there's only that one and this one remain, and these two remaining. Okay, we have another pawn in play. Right there, upper right, there's some sort of marker there. This is 2, 3, 4, 5, 1. Bedroom. That's right here. This seems to indicate where we were, where we are, because that's where we are. But it has a T. Don't know if that key card. This gives us another passage. We can go through security there. And that was, did we mark a pawn here? Is 4-1. Or is regular locked. Let's go to the pantry. We don't have... a lot of stamina to burn to get there. We're going to go for the pantry. There's a lot of fruit hanging around. Is this an effect of the secret garden? Yeah, there's a lot of fruit. Yeah, that's what it says it do. Okay, we have den and we have security. That fruit having loaded, having the building as complete as it currently is a big, like, that's a lot. Okay, breaker box lets us disable the rooms, but we already have a key card, so that's irrelevant. Let's take the veranda here. Is there a chess piece? Pawn in the den. Yeah, yeah. We might get more keys this way. Storeroom would give us a key. Excellent. Oh, yeah. It just picks them up for us. All right, this is another pawn, and we are at 004 in the storeroom. Again, I don't know if that's actually how you deal with this one, but I really want to try to get close to that doorway. So we're going to burn some stamina. It has to be the dark room. Blink, blink, blink. Dang. Ooh. It would be right there. Oh, okay. Laundry room. It's conduit room. I interact. I know I can't interact with photos. Well, I suspect the items aren't even loaded if it's dark. Just to ensure you can't touch them. All right, now we go all the way back to security and just try to maximize the coverage that we've got. Turn down corridor. That, I think that was the same image before. Already seen necktie, but den. Wonder if these are all things or are supposed to be things you can find in the house, you know? That's not a T, that's an E. And let's see, the workshop was at 3. Yeah. I don't know if it's relevant to the position. There might be other letters that can appear in the rooms to give you another puzzle, you know? The dog food has been eaten. Puddin'. May have gotten pictures of those already. So many screenshots. A lot of repeats. Look at that torqued candelabra there. Two. So one on the main wall. 1, 2 on that wall. 1, 2, 0, 1. How would I tell? It was behind the... There's got to be some sequencing hiding in this room. At least you'd think so. So we have a great big picture of the guy walking left. Now, it could just be, I want that guy, even if it's flipped. So we have 1, and then which way around do we go? Let's try 1, 3, 4, 3. Four, 3, 1. Is there a indicator here of a sequence? I might just be absolutely grasping here. We don't even know if it's a 4-digit sequence, actually. About 0410. Failing that, 410. Those were the numbers on the little tutorial sheet. Don't even know if there is a correlation between the pictures and the safe combination. One, three, 3, 4, 3, wasn't it? Yeah, 1, 3, 4, 3. Just one more try here. That's the same sequence though. I can't see anything in the room or the painting that would indicate a sequence or a number. Did I get the pawn in the drawing room? No. Okay. So this is 3 by 7. That should be in the list, right? Okay, nope. Three, 6, 7, 8. So 5 by 9. Room into security. Got that one recorded for sure. Bedroom is actually the choice here because I'm going to get a big plug from the nursery, and then it's a free room to enter. We'll record the pawn here in a moment. More pictures. So there is a pawn at 2, 2, 6. Pawn in the bedroom at 2, 6. Okay. This seems to be telling us if there's things. I'm sorry, keys, coins, potentially. There weren't that many things in there. Chess pieces. Any chess pieces? Sure. Okay, that one needs a key. I think we've exhausted all of our options here. Oh, let's check our results. Successful triggers. Whenever I draft a shop room, Oh, it's the day that you do it. This one, we need to trigger this one much earlier than we did. Too bad. That's a shame. I hit almost all of the shop rooms. It was a garden shopping center. See? Kitchen, commissary, shopping room, laundry showroom, laundry room. We got plenty there. But I think that'll do it for today, folks. That will do it for today. All right, we did make a lot of progress. We unlocked a lot of new stuff. That's good. And I created a absolute mountain of screenshots, and my model is still freezing. So good times. The plan is tomorrow should be a coding day. I'm going to try to get that confirmed. And then probably Saturday we might fire up Hitman again. We'll see how we're feeling. But folks, if you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe. All that stuff does help the channel grow. And if you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means like bits and memberships, as well as through some other means like Patreon, Coffee, and Throne. I do have links to all of my channels and such in the link tree, in the video description, and in my Twitch bio. But with all that said, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.